To order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Madam Chair, McGaugh.
Present.
Vice Chairman Stacy.
Present.
Representatives Adams.
Here.
Vanderman.
Here.
Behringer. Burns.
Here.
Coleman. Faulkner.
Here.
Reedy. Riley.
Here.
Schwandren.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Sparks. Tolson Reich. Here. Weller.
Here.
And Wendell. Woods.
Here.
Representative Sparks. Here. Thank you. We have 14 present for a quorum. I want to welcome the new members of the committee and the returning members of the committee. I think that those of you who have served on this committee know that we run a fair and efficient committee. You are welcome to any and all the questions that you need. We do have a time frame that we have to abide by, and my role as chairman is to preside and to preserve order of these hearings. We know that communication is vital, and we respect for one another is paramount. Legislators presenting bills and to witness testifying before the committee will be held accountable just as well as the audience. My first request during attendance roll call when asking questions of a bill sponsor or witness, please use your microphone, and when through, turn it off. And I do have one change that I requested from past committee hearings. As a courtesy, I would like to be notified when you have an amendment for a bill being heard in executive session, which won't be today. I do highly encourage you to contact me in advance. My room is 402. Most of you have been there and we've met. And provide a copy of the amendment by email at least 24 hours before the hearing. The amendment will be sent to the committee members to allow ample time for review. It is the responsibility of the amendment maker to provide hard copies, 20, to committee members at the executive session. So that has been a change from those that have served in the past. Since this is an organizational meeting, I think it's important that the members of the audience and even some of us need to meet each other, know a little bit about each other, a little history, and what party you serve. I will start. My name is Peggy McGaugh. I'm a Republican. I served as the Carroll County Clerk for 3 decades. I bring hundreds of elections, and I intend to use that experience in this committee, and was very pleased to be appointed by the Speaker of the House. In the time that I served as county clerk, I came here to this very room and would testify on behalf of bills, some that made it to law and some that didn't. I hope that we can change our election law only if it needs to be changed. And if it needs to stay the way it is, hopefully that we can encourage that to be the way that it is. I will introduce my vice chair, Dan Stacy. Yeah, and then I'm going to go to minority.
Sure, I'm Representative Dan Stacy. I represent Blue Springs in the Kansas City area. But I've been on this committee, I think, longer than anyone else. I think I'd be the ranking member of the committee, at least as far as senior. I guess we do. There's 2 of us that have been on at the same time. So there you go. There you go. So I appreciate you making me honest on that one. So no, I've been certainly interested in elections for many years, and have been served in several areas as a grassroots and an employee of the election authority in my area. Certainly have a great relationship with those who administer elections in my area, and want to maintain that, and want to make sure that we have fair and accurate, safe, secure elections, ones that we can trust, and that's what brings me to this place.
Thank you, Representative Stacy. Now I'd like to go to the ranking minority member.
I'm Joe Adams. I represent the 86th District in St. Louis County, University City, Missouri, for those who don't know, which is the home of Washington University. Let's see, I was a former mayor of the city of University City and city council member, former professor of history for a number of years. I've been on this committee almost as long as anybody else. I took a 2-year break, so I guess I've been here 2 years before the people who've been here the longest. And now I'm serving in my senior year on this committee. When I wasn't an elected official, I did work for the Board of Election in St. Louis County a little bit just to see how elections were run. And I saw that they were run very efficiently, very honestly, and very fair, and that there was nothing going on in elections that anybody should be ever afraid of in the results. And I like county clerks, and so I consider them my friends, and I'm a big supporter of them, as some of them know. So that's about it for me.
Thank you, Representative Adams. I'd like to go right to left now with Representative Schwandren giving us a little bit of his history.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Representative Adam Schwadron from the 105th District in St. Charles, Republican. My interest in elections started when I was a student intern lobbyist for the Associated Students of the University of Missouri way back in 2003. I see a nod up here from, I see ASUM out there, all right, woo. But I was handed the issue of elections when I did that, so I was down here testifying and out in those seats with you all on election issues, and that definitely piqued my interest, and I've always been involved with the elections process. Back in 2018, I ran for Director of Elections, unsuccessful in that primary, but then I was elected for the first time in 2020 and requested, my number one committee request was elections, so I've been on this committee. This will be my 3rd year now. And just looking forward to it because I love elections. I love the whole process, the details, the minutia, everything about it. So look forward to working with you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And now we have Representative Riley.
Alex Riley, State Rep from the 134th District, which covers Springfield, Southwest Springfield, and the city of Battlefield. I'm an attorney in Springfield and do a lot of work with business legal issues. And I suspect probably not that many people in the audience actually care all that much about my background. So I'm going to pass the mic to my esteemed colleague, Representative Reedy.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, Representative Reedy.
Thank you, Representative Riley and Madam Chair. I'm Roger Reedy. I represent District 57 in the heart of Missouri. I have most of Benton, part of Pettis, and part of Johnson County. My district is home of Whiteman Air Force Base, which I'm very proud of. And I was in my former job, I was a 7-term county assessor in Benton County. And I'm new to this committee, but I'm proud to be on this committee and work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Faulkner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Faulkner. I represent the 10th District, which is the majority of St. Joseph, Missouri. I served on the city council there for 4 years and served as its mayor for 8. I know the importance of having fair elections. It's so important to the municipalities and to the state and just to everyone concerned. This is my first time on this committee. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. The next chair will be occupied by Representative Coleman, who's in another committee hearing. He will appear later in the day. I'm not sure we'll be able to give him time that he deserves, but we'll try. We'll now move to Representative Behringer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Donna Behringer, and I represent the 82nd District. All of my district is in the city of St. Louis, and the main reason I wanted to be on elections, this will be my second session on elections, is because I'm a data nerd, and I go through all the data. So if you ever want to know who might win an election, because I have called them all right, I can do it by the numbers. That's why I love elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Now we'll have one of the freshman representatives new to the committee, Representative Banderman.
My name's Brad Bannerman. I serve the District of 119. I'm a Republican. I'm a student pastor by trade of 23 years at a small country church in Lonedale, Missouri. And one of my good friends is the county clerk. His name is Tim Baker. He has served us honorably and well in our area, and he's the one that piqued my interest in this type of committee work. He's done a fantastic job for us in Franklin County, and he's a community man, a good friend of mine. I want to give a shout out to the speaker for appointing me to this committee. It was very kind of him. It was one of my requests, and I look forward to working with Madam Chair during my time on this committee.
Thank you, Representative. To your left is another new freshman representative, Representative Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tricia Burns. I represent District 63. That's a large portion of Wentzville in St. Charles County and a small portion of Lake St. Louis. I served for 3 years as an alderman of Wentzville, and being in the elections and following the process, this is one of the committees that I requested, and I'm very happy to serve the people in this committee.
Thank you, Representative. We'll drop down to another freshman representative, Representative Waller.
I feel like a freshman, Chair. A lot of people in here. My name's Ken Waller. I'm representing District 114, which is the southern to central part of Jefferson County, Missouri. For those people that know where that is, it's just south of St. Louis. I have been an elected official in my county for almost 20 years, serving the people of Jefferson County as their treasurer, their county executive, and the last 4 years as their county clerk. So obviously I was up here the last 4 years testifying for and against bills in front of this committee. Got to meet a lot of the people that are on it now that have served, like Sherry and Peggy and Dan. And it's a great committee, and I know we got a lot to talk about today, so I'll move on to the next individual. Thank you.
Well, I hate to call you out on a freshman mistake,
Okay.
but we don't refer to the representatives by their first name.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman.
Welcome. You're welcome. And I see a new face next to you in that I don't have that representative on my chart, so you're welcome to introduce yourself.
Just really quickly, I'm Representative Ashley Ani. I'm the minority whip, and so I serve as an ex officio member of all committees. So I'm sitting in today. I represent the 14th District up in Platte County, and I'll move along to my colleague.
Welcome. Welcome. We're glad to have you. Representative Tyson Smith,
Yeah, thank you.
may I ask you something?
Let's do it.
Do we do the Tyson and the Smith or just Smith?
It's up to you.
Okay.
If you want to do Smith, you can do Smith. You can do Tyson Smith. I get it both.
All right.
Both ways. So my name is David Tyson Smith. I'm from Columbia, Missouri, District 46. I'm an attorney. I have a law firm in Columbia. I think we're going on our 18th year there. So I'm passionate about elections, and I've always been passionate about elections. And they are truly the cornerstone of our democracy, and they are really the new battleground front now more than ever. So I'm excited to serve here, and I'm excited to defend freedom and defend our democracy.
Thank you, Representative Smith. To your right, we have another freshman, Representative Sparks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Justin Sparks from District 110, which is West St. Louis County, Wildwood area. Happy to be here. My background is law enforcement. In that capacity, served as the law enforcement liaison for elections in St. Louis County. Very interesting. My colleague is absolutely right. This is the new battleground, and I'm happy to be here and fight it.
Thank you, Representative. To your right, another freshman. There's a theme here, I think. Representative Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Eric Woods, I represent the 18th District in North Kansas City. I am a Democrat. I have a technology background professionally, and we know that that is a topic that has been front of mind when it comes to elections. So I am interested in serving on this committee and looking forward to the discussion we're having today.
Thank you, Representative. And certainly not least is our Representative Cherie, no first names, Tolson Reich. And we do use the hyphenate there, right?
No,
Oh.
But that's okay, with or without. Cherie Tolson Reich, Boone County Republican, along with Representative Stacy. I've been on this committee the last 6 years. In my former life, I was a municipal election authority, and during those 30 years, I've had to deal with 2 tied elections and many, many elections that were won and lost by 1 or 2 votes. And don't ever think your 1 vote doesn't count. Also, I see dead people, and I've been cleaning up voter rolls of dead people for over 40 years, and I'm all about free, fair, and transparent elections, easy to vote, hard to cheat. Thank you.
Thank you. There's an additional member that is also not here, Representative Wyndham, and he must be in another committee, correct? Do you know? He's part of budget. Oh, I remember those days. So, what? Yeah, okay. So you're kind of taking his place?
No.
You don't care?
She can't
Okay.
vote.
Well, my point is he'll walk in and you'll wonder who he is, and that's who he is. So my reasoning for doing this, and I hope you enjoyed hearing more personal things about the representatives, is that this committee is full of experience. You will hear from the largest of the large jurisdictions, as you just heard, and you will also hear from people who have a small population in their counties, but we all, they all follow the same election law. So when we make a change, it affects the most highly populated and the least populated. So that's why it's so important to have all of these representatives from their area to be your face of what's going to possibly change or better about election law. So with that, we will now open the hearing on House Joint Resolution number 43, sponsored by Representative Henderson. Representative Henderson, please begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Mike and committee, for the record, Representative Mike Henderson from the 117th District from the Farmington, Bonne-Terre, Deloge region. I'm here today to present House Joint Resolution 43. So let me give you a little bit of background on it. And this is something that I've kind of become passionate on, is initiative petition reform. We will
Excuse me, Representative Henderson,
Yes.
is your green light on?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
I'll put it a little
There
closer.
you
How's
go.
that?
That's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
This would put before the Missouri voters the question: is a simple majority to change the Constitution of our state too low a threshold? It looks to raise that threshold to a 2/3 vote of the people. It does not change statutory reform at all. So this is only dealing with the Constitution, and that's kind of where I come in. I hold the Constitution as a pretty dear document. The U.S. Constitution, probably one of the greater documents ever written, and very well done, and has stood the test of time. Missouri Constitution, I hold it very dear. So this bill would still have everything we currently have: one subject, no party designation, may only amend or change one article of the Constitution. Doesn't change any of that. To give you a little background, when I talked about the U.S. Constitution, the U.S. Constitution has been amended 17 times since 1791. And it takes 38 states to ratify an amendment to the U.S. Constitution. So just think about that for a second. How many states have to ratify that? And it's only been changed 17 times in all that amount. Missouri is currently one of only 18 states that actually allow initiative petition for constitutional change. Okay, the Missouri Constitution I see as a living document, but not an ever-expanding document. We have one of the largest state constitutions in the country, and that's because we keep adding and adding to it. As an example, I like bingo. Bingo's a good thing, but I'm not sure bingo should be in the state constitution, and it is. And so I think we put some things in there that could be done in other ways. We have actually one of the easier processes in the country for amending our Constitution. Since the last Constitution was written in 1945, our Constitution has changed more than 60 times. More than 60. If we went to the 2/3 majority that we talked about earlier, since 2013 IIP would have passed with the 2/3 majority. Since 2000. 4 times in the last 10 years. I'll give you an example of some of those. Campaign contributions, sales tax for parks, prior criminal acts being admissible, and the electronic data having to have a search warrant to look through electronic data is an example of some of those. Currently, an IP can be referred by the legislature, or as like this House Joint Resolution is looking to do, or by the gathering of signatures. So that takes us to the second part of this IP. This House Joint Resolution takes it to a 2/3 vote, but it also requires 10% of eligible voters in each congressional district. And you may say, why that? Currently, it's 8% and only 6. We went to the 10 because we think that's a threshold we should have, but the biggest part of that is going in all 8 congressional districts. And the reason is people who gather signatures don't go to Southeast Missouri. They don't go to Northeast Missouri. They don't go to Northwest Missouri. Some of those people have even said to me they feel left out. They've never been asked for a signature. They go to St. Louis, Kansas City, Springfield, Columbia, and those areas because they can gather signatures easier and faster. I understand that portion, but I think they should have to go to all parts of the state. I think that people that live in Northeast Missouri and Southeast Missouri are just as important to have their signature count as a part of this process. So to put it simply again, just all this does is deal with the constitutional amendments, not statutory, 2/3 majority, and signature in all 8 congressional districts of 10%. And with that, Madam Chairman, I'd be more than happy to take any questions.
I broke the mic on my first day. What's happening here? All right. So now I would like a show of hands of how many people are here to testify for this amendment. By a show of hands. Some are outside. All right. And what I'm trying to determine is how long we will allow for each of the testimony. So that wasn't very many. So how many are here to testify in opposition? Okay, quite a bit more. And how many informationally? Okay. I believe that we could probably limit this to 10 minutes. Is that fair? 10 minutes. And the only reason I want to limit it is I have a feeling that some of the testimony will be redundant with the second and the third bills that we're going to hear. And so you can hopefully get out your main points. And I've talked to the Representative Adams and some of the others about that. My goal is not to limit anyone additional time. I don't want to gavel anyone down. I just want to be efficient with our work. And we don't need to repeat ourselves all the rest of this day. There will be other initiative petitions before this committee as well. There are 16 out there. We're just hearing these 5 today. Representative Smith, do you have a problem? You think I should make more? I most definitely want everyone to be heard. So having said that, we'll go back and forth as long as we have that time. So we'll have the first person here for speaking for the amendment. Thank you, Representative.
Okay.
What? Yes, Representative, you need to move.
Oh. Okay. I was just wondering if anybody at the committee had questions.
Yes. Yes, I'm so sorry. I'm a newbie here.
I thought they might have questions.
That's right, they do.
Okay.
I just skipped down to the general public. All right. So committee, with a show of hands, do you have a question of the presenter? What's going on here? Okay. Yes, Representative Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I had to inquire of the applicant a couple of questions dealing with his initiative petition on HJR 43. I'm grateful that you stated how many petitions might have passed with your two-thirds position as failing. That I'm interested in. I was wondering, though, you have any idea of if it would be possible for those that did pass to do all congressional districts?
I really have no way of answering that, Representative. I can't say if they could get those signatures. I would think that they could, because it would probably be a matter of more manpower to go out there and gather those signatures and maybe make that trek into southeast Missouri or northeast, but I really have no way to answer that definitively.
Okay. And a question, why did you pick two-thirds as the threshold for approval?
I looked back through some of the other IPs and saw some of them. By the way, I mentioned the ones that would have passed. There were about 4 others, as I see it, that probably could have. They got to 63, 65 point something, 64. And I'm saying, I know how this works a little bit, that some of these people, once they've done the polling and they know it's way above 50, they don't put a lot more money into trying to advertise for it. So I think there's probably several others, if it was at two-thirds, that probably could have gotten there. If you look through some of those in the last few years, I can look at them if you want to know specifically, because I got a list of them, but there were several
You can send it to me.
that would have been close.
Okay. And my last question is, and this is for a number of these IPs, you are requiring, and I'm trying to wrap my hands around it, or my head, only citizens of the United States.
In the ballot language is what you're talking about.
Yes, you're saying only citizens.
That is correct.
Is there any place where non-citizens of the United States who are not properly registered out there voting on IPs? Anywhere in the nation?
I would hope not.
You would hope not. I mean, what are you trying to fix that isn't broken?
Well, I think, okay, to go back to your underlying question there, I don't know if that's with the ballot language, but it is my belief that our Constitution, as I stated earlier, should be a living document, but not an ever-expanding document. Our Constitution, statutory is a different matter. We can change laws. I mean, even if somebody wants to do it statutory IP, and those things are a little bit more flexible, I think I hold our Constitution to a higher level, and I think it's kind of shown by what we've done with our U.S. Constitution.
Okay, but I'm still trying to figure out, what are you trying to fix that isn't broken? You're saying, the way it reads to me, if you read the literal words put on the document, that there are these citizen people, can't say citizen, these people out there voting who aren't citizen, who aren't properly registered to vote, that are voting.
I don't think that was the point of that language. That language was just to clarify.
I know, but you say it, and a number of other people are saying the same thing, and so I'm trying to figure out, what are you trying to fix? If you can explain to me what you were trying to fix, then I can understand. I don't understand the redundancy of law in that only citizens A can be a registered voter. And so you're trying to say it again, they only citizens.
I think it's just clarification to make sure everybody knows that.
They know that. I think they would know that. I'm sorry. I don't understand it. And for those of you who've got these other IPs, please come and explain that to me, because I don't understand it. It makes no sense. And, I sit on this committee for a number of years, and I hear people complaining about how large Missouri's Constitution is. Well, I consider it being large when you put superfluous words in there, too. So, you got to clip words out. You can't keep making it larger that way. And incidentally, folks, we are not the largest state constitution out there, but that's okay. That's another issue. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions, Representative Ani?
Thank you. To inquire. I'm curious, you mentioned that bingo is in the Missouri State Constitution.
That is correct.
Do you know the history of how it ended up in the Missouri State Constitution? Did that come through an initiative petition process?
Yes. Yes, it did.
It did. Okay. My understanding is that the legislature put it there. But we can move on. So
Okay.
My next question really is more about, I've heard that one of the purposes for making the threshold for an initiative petition to pass in the state higher, I've heard the argument that it's to keep out-of-state money from pouring into Missouri on issues where I guess folks don't want that money coming in. What would it require for an organization that is trying to pass an initiative petition, say your HJR passes and it's voted in, what then would be the requirement for an organization to collect those extra signatures? Would that require more or less out-of-state money to hire folks to do that?
Well, it would be my hope that these initiative petitions were originally supposed to be grassroots efforts that were done within the state.
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree with you that we have a lot of out-of-state money pouring in for a lot of these. You can follow the money through the PACs and see where a lot of it is coming from. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And I would say probably some of them may choose to put more in, but I can't stop them from doing that. But what I can do is try to say that we want to make sure that all Missourians, by gathering signatures in all parts of the state, are heard.
Okay. And you mentioned folks in Southeast Missouri. Are folks in Southeast Missouri not well represented here in this legislature?
They're very well represented.
So then why can't the supermajority of folks who represent them get their priorities passed?
I don't think that's the point. They think if there's going to be something that's going to change our Constitution, they should have a voice just like St. Louis and Kansas City.
And they don't have that through their elected officials?
No one comes down there and asks their opinion on these.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, Representative Faulkner? Proceed.
Representative, the question was brought up about putting the language in there for citizens of the United States. I don't think that's a bad thing to put in there because you never know what someone's going to offer down the road, and you're just clarifying that fact. Also, as far as getting the signatures in each congressional district, I think that brings awareness to these initiative petitions to where it starts the information process, because there's certain areas that you're not involved with it. And so a lot of times, it's at the last minute they see all these initiative petitions and then they got to do their homework. So I think getting signatures in each congressional district starts that information to where people can start asking questions and start looking into it. So I agree with what you're doing here.
Thank you, Representative. And in fact, I will tell you what I hear in my district is some people feel like that this petition could be 100 pages and they get 50 words to know what's in that 100 pages, and a lot of them feel like they're hoodwinked by that and they don't really know everything that it does. And they're not sure how to vote. I get so many calls saying, okay, they tell me it does this, but what all does it do? Do you know? I don't know if you've ever gotten any of those calls.
Yes, yeah, and I think it starts the process to where they start looking in to see exactly what's in the bill. So I applaud you on this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I will recognize Representative Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to inquire.
Proceed.
Representative, I'd like to return just very briefly to Representative Adams' comments about citizenship, because we've had some back and forth about this. And you're stating that this is in there for clarity, right?
Correct.
Excuse me, Representative Woods.
Yeah.
Not sure you're talking directly into your mic, and you do need to speak up a bit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Article 8, Section 2 of the Missouri Constitution already specifies that only citizens can vote in the state of Missouri. So why do we need to insert that in a different part of the Constitution as well?
It's part of the ballot language for this that we've come up with to put on there to make sure people are clear on exactly what we're trying to do.
So that language was only, and that was going to be my next question, so thank you. That language was inserted perhaps only so that the very first line of the ballot language would have citizens believe, if they are to read what they're voting on, that presently non-citizens are able to vote.
No, I think it was just clarification.
Okay. So if I'm reading the proposed ballot language, allow only citizens of the United States to qualify as legal voters, that requires clarification in the Constitution and on the ballot?
You know, it's like a lot of ballot language on these. We just want to make sure that we try to give them as clear a picture as we can about what they're going to be voting on and what it does.
Okay, but that's not changing anything.
But we want to, again, we're just trying to make sure that they know exactly when they do this that only citizens of the United States should be able to vote on this.
Okay. The other question I had was regarding the review portion of this, which is also language in the ballot, and it appears at the bottom of the first page and then onto the top of the second. What do you envision that process looking like? You say it's administered by the Secretary of State. That will include a public forum. So the ballot language requires the language to be reviewed by voters in each congressional district. Do you envision the Secretary having to have some kind of public forum, open comment in every congressional district?
I do, because right now, as I stated earlier, I think that a lot of times people feel like they're hoodwinked, they're fooled by the language on there, and they don't really know everything that's in many of these IPs. I'm not going to go into particular ones that try to attack a certain IP, but I think we've had several of them where people didn't know everything that was in it. It was a very large IP, you got 50 words, and we want to make sure that in the future that they maybe get a little bit more knowledge about what they're actually voting on.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Smith.
To inquire, Madam Chairman.
Proceed.
Hey, well, thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward. It's always good to have discussions on these issues. I know it's somewhat of a hot-button issue. Maybe I misunderstood. You had mentioned that this deals with just constitutional amendments,
Only constitutional.
but it also deals with statutory changes because it increases the number of signatures to all districts.
It does not. If you look through the bill, it only changes the ones for constitutional. It does not touch statutory. We've been very clear with that. Now, I will tell you, just to maybe make it more clear, there are probably going to be an amendment if this bill moves forward to make it even more clear, so I will tell you that up front. I think it's clear already. This is kind of like a lot of these. We've had lawyers and lawyers look at this, and one lawyer says it's very clear and it doesn't touch statutory. Another one says, we think this word right here could lead to that, so we're going to have an amendment probably coming forward to make sure my intention, if this is voted out, will not in any form or fashion touch statutory.
Well, I mean, the language, if you look at, we're talking lines 3 through 8 on the first page. Initiative petitions, proposed amendments to the Constitution shall be signed by 10% of the legal voters registered to vote in Missouri and citizens of the United States in each of the congressional districts in the state, and petitions proposing laws shall be signed by 5% of such voters. So when you're talking about proposing laws and 5%, and right before that it says in each congressional district, I would read that as it's dealing with statutory changes.
And I think, gentlemen, you're a lawyer, and that's why we may have an amendment to come up. I don't think it does that. I think all we do is that's kept the same, and it's clarifying that statutory would be kept the same. That's the way I read it, that we're only keeping it the same. But I think that we're going to make sure that no one can tie this in. My word is that we're trying to tie it in only to Constitution. We're going to try to clarify that. And as you're a lawyer, so you probably know a little bit about this more than I do. We're going to try to fix that if there's anything that would tie it to that.
Well, I appreciate if you would fix it. I mean, and I'm not, I'm not an expert, however, I read that as it's dealing with
And see,
statutory. It seems pretty clear to me.
And see, it went through the exact same language last year. No one brought that up last year, so now this year, we passed this exact word last year, and it went through here, went through the House, and no one brought that up. And then somebody this year, an attorney, told us they thought it could do that, so we said we're willing to try to we want to make sure it doesn't. So that's, you even, I think, saw this last year, and that wasn't part of what we,
But that's
what
not
we did.
That's not your intention then, is for statutory.
Okay.
Is that right?
It's not intended for statutory at all.
You know, one concern I have, and is that we don't mislead voters, because I'm about transparency, and I think probably everyone on this committee is about transparency. The citizens are about transparency. And one concern I have is, when you gave your presentation, which I appreciated, and I understand the need for going to all the districts. I get it, because everyone should be involved. I understand that rationale. But then when we look at the ballot language, the first thing it says is allow only citizens of the United States to qualify as legal voters. And that really wasn't part of your presentation until Representative Adams brought it up. And so my thought is, the bulk of your presentation is about, allowing more people to be involved in the process, but yet the very first line in the ballot language is to allow citizens of the United States to qualify as legal voters. And my concern with that is the person in the ballot box, they're going to see that the first thing and they're going to think, oh, that's what this is about, and they're going to go for it, as opposed to leading with some of these other issues.
You've got 50 words. You got to be very careful, and you can't put a whole lot in. And that's actually part of the problem why I think initiative petition has a problem, is if we had more room to put more things, we could probably do it, and we'd probably do a much more efficient job of letting the voters know exactly what's in them. That's why we get calls as representatives, you may have before, on some of this language and say, hey, do you know what all is in there? I agree with you that there's not enough words in there to put all the information that probably the people should get.
But do you think we should lead with it, though? If that's not the bulk of the bill, it's already the law, why are we leading with it?
Same ballot language we had last year.
Well, I don't care about that.
So we didn't change that.
Well, would you be open to putting that at the bottom then? I just don't, do you understand where I'm coming from? The idea that it's not what the bulk of the bill is about. It's already law, but we're leading with it the first line.
I would prefer to keep the ballot language as is. I think that will be up to the committee to ultimately vote on that. I won't have a say in that. That'll be up to the committee if they want to change it.
But as far as transparency, though, and if we're really about transparency and honesty with the voters, do you see my point? Why are we leading with it? Why not put that down somewhere else so people don't think that's really the bulk of this bill, is about allowing citizens of the United States to qualify as legal voters?
I think it's clarification language, and it'll be up to, ultimately, it's not my decision to make if we do leave it that way. It would be up to the committee and the whole body of the House if it gets there to make that decision. But right now, I don't plan to change that.
Well, I think it would go a long way to, backing up our points. When we're talking about what it's really about, but then we lead with something like that, I think it, I think it provide credibility across the board. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions from the committee members? Representative Stacy?
Yeah, just to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill forward, and also for the fact that you did lead with that. I think that's probably an important factor to make sure that moving forward, that's an important idea that you want to emphasize. In fact, the question was asked, do we know of any places where elections, non-citizens vote in elections? Well, we know at least according to this article, 16 municipalities currently in our country use that type of thing, and that's been a change over time. And you're trying to kind of enshrine in this language something that's important to you relative to this idea moving forward. So you're just basically clarifying that so that something in the future wouldn't necessarily affect this particular portion unless it was broadly appreciated. And in this case, I think most people would prefer that we have citizens vote in the state of Missouri. So I appreciate you bringing that. Is that a fair representation?
That is fair, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Again, any other committee members like to ask a question? If not, we'll move on Thank you, Representative Henderson. Appreciate you taking time out of your busy day to come and present your bill. So I have to remind all the witnesses testifying today and those wishing to simply go on the record to please fill out the witness appearance form. I believe they're on the desk and also in the back in a folder on the wall. This form must be completed and signed prior to testifying before the committee and placed in the box on the witness desk. So now I'm looking for those that are here today to speak in favor of HJR 43. So I know you were outside, and we did a kind of a 10-minute limit, if you think you can do your testimony in that time. Okay, great. Is your microphone on?
Me? How about now?
There you go.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. Ben Travelis here today with Missouri Farm Bureau. Yes. Can you hear me now? Is that better? Okay, so Ben Travelis here today on behalf of Missouri Farm Bureau. I would like to go on record in support of this legislation, and also I went ahead and turned in my forms for the other bills that will be heard in hearing today per our conversation yesterday, Representative, just for efficiency matters. So Missouri Farm Bureau, we have approximately 147,000 members across the state. We have membership in every single county, and we have a lot of policy positions in terms of initiative petition. And ultimately, I know that there's a lot of work that this committee will do and the legislature will do in terms of initiative petition. We appreciate your all's attention to this matter. At the end of the day, as you guys are working through the process and juggling all the different bills and ideas that are out there from Missouri Farm Bureau's perspective, I would say that ultimately we would like to see the 2/3 threshold to pass a constitutional amendment, and we would like to see signatures gathered from all congressional districts to ensure that there is rural representation whenever an initiative petition is formulated. So that is ultimately where I will land on that one, and be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Perfect, sir. Thank you very much for your quick testimony and efficiency. So I'll open it up to members of the committee who have questions of this witness. Questions of the witness who just testified in favor of all three bills before us, 4 bills today, even though you haven't heard the others. No questions for the witness. Thank you very much.
If there's other questions, I'd be happy to circle up with anybody.
Appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Are you approaching to testify in favor or against?
Opposition.
Very good. Thank you. Sit down.
And I'll fill out a form.
Thank you.
My name is Dan Viets. I'm an attorney. I've practiced for 36 years in every circuit in the state of Missouri. I chaired the board of both the 2018 campaign for medical marijuana and the 2022 campaign for adult use marijuana initiatives here in the state. I understand there is concern about the cost of these initiative campaigns inviting wealthy people, out-of-state people in particular, to fund them. And I think that if that is the concern, it does not make sense to make them even harder and more expensive than they are now.
Mr. Viets, I'm being told, since we are broadcasting this, that your voice is a little light. If you can get closer to the mic.
I'll be glad to talk louder.
There you go.
I'm about 2 inches from the mic, so
yeah, I know. Me
I can
too.
get right on it.
I already ruined one, so.
All right. Well, I thank you. I want to point out that historically, over the century that we have had this provision in our state constitution, the vast majority of proposed amendments to the Constitution have come from the General Assembly. The great majority of the proposed constitutional amendments do not arise through the initiative process. But the initiative process is a precious part of the system of checks and balances that we have in our state. In particular, the reason people seek to place constitutional amendments as opposed to statutory amendments on the ballot is that the statutory amendments are subject to the General Assembly's whims. The General Assembly has demonstrated time after time that it has little regard for the will of the voters. It will repeal or substantially amend statutory initiatives, thereby defeating the will of the voters, defeating the purpose of the initiatives in the first place. That's why constitutional amendments are popular. That's why we have bingo and marijuana in our state constitution. The better approach, if this is a problem, would be to protect citizen initiatives from tinkering by the General Assembly after they have passed. The fact is that with a 50% requirement, we protect majority rule. If we increase the number of votes required to pass a constitutional amendment, we defeat the principle of majority rule. For a century, this has been how amendments in our state have taken place. There's no reason it needs to be changed. The fact is that if our concern is about out-of-state money influencing politics, I suggest that we ban out-of-state contributions to members of the General Assembly. That is a far more important and substantive approach to this if indeed it's a problem. But I also want to suggest that if there are concerns about a simple majority being able to amend the Constitution, then the bills before this committee today themselves should be amended to require a 2/3 majority to pass. I'll be glad to try to answer any questions I can. Sir,
I get to do that.
I beg your pardon.
Thank you for your testimony, and our first question will come from Representative Faulkner.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many pages was the marijuana bill that just passed?
It incorporated 17 pages that were already part of the Constitution. The medical bill passed in 2018. The new portion was therefore approximately 20 pages.
So the total number of pages was for the whole thing?
38.
38 pages. Now, do you think that you went to all areas of the state and vetted that so everybody knew what was in that?
You know, sir, I don't think that most initiative campaigns would have a problem going to all 8 districts as long as you don't increase the number of signatures required. I can't explain why it's 2/3 of the congressional districts where we have to get the signatures, but obviously no one's going to waste their time and money getting signatures from a congressional district that won't count. The legislature, it's not at least 2/3, it's just 2/3. There's no point in gathering signatures from 2 congressional districts. Every campaign has to make that decision, which 2 congressional districts not to gather signatures in, because if they gather them, they simply won't count. It's pointless.
So do you think that one of the stipulations is that they have informational meetings so people understand exactly what's in these bills? Are you against that? I mean...
No, I don't think we're against informational meetings.
So how many informational meetings did you have on the marijuana throughout the state?
Oh, I can't give you a specific number, but we answered questions from voters throughout the entire campaign.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Smith.
Just to inquire.
Proceed.
Mr. Veach, it's good to see you again. Could you talk about the hurdle of going from a simple majority to 2/3 for voters?
Neither one of these measures that I worked on would have passed with the 2/3 requirement. The medical marijuana measure had support from, I believe, 65.7% of Missouri voters, but it would not be part of our Constitution today with a 2/3 requirement. And the adult use would have fallen far short of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions of the committee? Representative Schwandren.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. You said you worked on the recreational marijuana as well?
I worked on the adult use campaign as well.
Okay, and you were talking about simple majority being a key factor with our initiative petitions?
In our system of government, yes.
Could you explain why then we have a 60% approval rating now in our Constitution in Article 14, Section 2, subsection 5B?
No, I can't explain that.
Okay, because we now have a 60% threshold in our Constitution in order for a local government to ban a recreational marijuana facility from their municipality.
No, I see your point. Mm-hmm.
So that's all I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions of the committee? Yes, Representative Bandren. I'm sorry, I don't have that down yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your testimony, you said that one of the main reasons we need to keep IP, the process of that in place, is because the legislature has a tendency I'm going to put words in your mouth, so to speak, that they like to tinker with it because they have little regard to the voters. That was your testimony.
The will of the voters, as expressed
Isn't
in...
the mechanism to rectify that to vote in a new representative?
That would be one remedy.
That's correct. So your testimony is there's no, the reason for IP reform is because the voters aren't listened to. Well, the voters can go to the ballot box and vote themselves a new representative. Is that true?
I believe that's still true.
Okay, so
But I refer to it as initiative sabotage. I don't think this is reform. It's an attempt to make the initiative process unworkable, unusable.
do they not currently have a methodology at the ballot box to influence what gets placed into the state constitution through representation?
There is that option. And
They
for a
can-
century, our citizens have had the option to also go directly to the voters.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Ani?
Thank you. To inquire. To the gentleman's point, yes, of course, voters have the opportunity to vote for a new representative, as we know, every 2 years. Do you know, by chance, how many House seats in Missouri went uncontested last year?
I don't recall.
A lot. There are a lot of communities in this state that don't even have someone on the other side of the aisle willing to run. Both sides of the aisle. There are places in deep blue Kansas City where we can't get a Republican to run, and deep red Missouri, rural Missouri, where we can't get Democrats to run, right? Mm. So when you say checks and balances, part of that, my interpretation of that is making sure that folks who feel they don't have a voice in our legislature because of the current supermajority, making sure that their priorities are being taken up as well. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. You know, in fact, almost by definition, any measure that's proposed through the initiative process is something that the legislature doesn't want to do. They've refused to do. It's much easier if the legislature is willing to do so to come to the legislature and pass a measure or ask the legislature to put a constitutional amendment on the ballot. We only do this, the people only do this, when the legislature is unresponsive to the majority of the people.
Right.
And it's an extremely important part of our system.
Absolutely. A few years ago, I was shocked as a new member after the state of Missouri passed Medicaid expansion to hear one of my colleagues say into a microphone on the floor of the House that I am proud to stand against the will of my own voters to make sure Medicaid expansion does not get implemented in the state of Missouri. Said that on the microphone on record. So that is not just something you're saying. That is something that has happened in this building, in that chamber, defying the will of Missouri voters. And to me, that is unacceptable.
Thank you, Representative Ani. We have run out of time that we were timing back here for your 10-minute. And are there further questions from the committee? If not, we have to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hours to testify on this. This is important to us as Missourians. We'd like. For me, it's 5, right?
So, sir, in the Chiefs, I recognize you, and you've been to a lot of these committee hearings over the years, but we don't do outbursts, okay? We don't do outbursts, okay? Now, are you in opposition or, because the next one is a proponent. That's who's next. I'm in opposition. Okay, so you'll have to wait. I'll take another 4. Very good, thank you. Have you done your witness form?
I have.
Very good.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Philip Arnzen with the Missouri Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We'd like to go on the record in support. Our policy is that we would like to see signatures gathered from every congressional district in the state, as well as seeing a minimum threshold of 60% for a constitutional amendment.
Well, that was certainly short and sweet. Are there questions from the committee? Sir. Representative Waller.
To inquire. You said in all, I guess all congressional districts, but you said 60, and this bill has 66, correct?
Yeah, so we support a minimum of 60% threshold.
So
for
are you
council.
against the 66, or
No, we're
you just want to see at least 60% as if it's amended in the future or whatever, that you want to at least see it 60%?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Further questions of the witness? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time spent here. Appreciate it. Now, sir, you are being recognized. The clock has begun of 10 minutes. And if you notice, that includes the questioning part.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff. I'm a state public advocate. I'm a Republican, very conservative, and hail from St. Charles County. I take constitutional amendments very seriously. I think that we as Missourians are being stepped upon, and I think it is really needs to be homed in on, and Missourians need to be made aware of and educated. Please, committee members, stop attacking Missourians on our intelligence as citizens. We know how to vote. When we send a clear message to this legislature, we mean what we say. We are not stupid. We are not to be dumbed down, and we want our vote to count. We in St. Charles County and Missourians are tired of the legislature overturning our ability and our will of constitutional amendments when we choose, overwhelmingly, over 60 and over 70% in some cases. We as Missourians must and will retain control of our state government and the way it operates our state constitution. It's the stopgap. It's the ability to hold you accountable and responsible as elected officials. We as Missourians have the final say of what our Constitution states and what government for the great state of Missouri and future generations. I am embarrassed and scared of some of your intentions and some of my own parties, my Republican Party's intentions, trying to further rule us, the people who pay your salaries. Stop tearing apart and dividing Missouri. This is over power and control. Dumbing down the people is not the way to go about it. The power has gone to some members of the legislators' heads, and that's really sad, and the voters need to keep you in check. Get this straight. You work for us. We do not work for you. These are really extra wrong requirements and hoops for our citizens to jump through, and it keeps getting worse and worse and more harder to get an initiative amendment on the ballot as we go year after year. Stop taking away our rights and our ability to refine, craft, and enhance our sacred Missouri State Constitution that I hold very near and dear to my heart. As a Republican, this is hogwash, self-serving, and unnecessary legislation being introduced. And if I have to, I'll drive from St. Charles County each and every time it comes up before this committee. I've stayed away for the last 2 years, but I've testified online, and my testimony is a matter of public record, and you can look it up. I will not waver, and I will fight for Missourians. I highly oppose this awful and powerful, hungry amendment to our valuable state constitution. As a matter of fact, I offer the amendment that we go from 8% to 4% of registered voters, because if you want to run to put your name on the ballot in a special election, you just need 2% of the last gubernatorial election to submit to the Secretary of State to get your name on a bona fide certified election ballot. And so I would like this bill to be amended from 8% to 4% and to be gathered from 4 congressional districts. All Missourians will have an opportunity to vote on this measure or proposition or initiative, and that's where I stand, and I ask you to oppose this bill and all bills of this nature, and I will be here for each and every one, whether in person or I'll submit writing online electronically. Madam Chairwoman, that's my testimony on this bill, and I'll be more than happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. questions from the committee, beginning with Representative Behringer.
To inquire. Thank you. You probably already know this, but I'm just going to make sure that it's stated. Do you remember what year the last time the legislature tried to change the IP process?
Last year.
No, where it actually got through.
I don't think since our Constitution was amended back in the early 1900s, was it 1929 was the last amendment?
1991, the legislature tried to pass this exact legislation.
Okay.
Passed out of the House, passed out of the Senate. Do you know what happened on September 11th of 1991?
Yes.
1991.
Oh,
Sorry about the date. We'll just say September 1991.
I do not.
Do you know who the governor was in 1991? Sorry.
I'll
go ahead and just tell you the answers.
You're testing my history here.
1991, our governor was Ashcroft.
Okay.
And when the IP bill passed out of a predominantly Democratic House and Senate, he vetoed it. And he gave a speech on why he vetoed it. He made it very clear, this is the last place that the people have a voice, and I will not take their voice away from them. And that is what our Governor Ashcroft said. So I just make sure that that was stated, because a lot of people forget, we've tried this before, and the governor vetoed it, but it was Governor Ashcroft.
And you brought up a great memory, and I totally agree with that statement of former Governor Ashcroft.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Coleman, you appear lost. We have a seat for you.
I know, but I'm looking for some, I want to dump some stuff off here.
Okay. Questions to the witness regarding his testimony? Seeing none? Seeing none? Oh, Representative Stacy?
Yeah, just say I appreciate you coming, and you represented that first of all, I'd just say that I appreciate citizens being involved in any area of government, for sure. And but you represented that those who voted on petitions, something to the effect that they fully, we should trust the citizens and they fully understood everything they voted on. And that, I would like to believe that was true. I really would. But at least I've been told by many citizens who've come to me after petitions that they didn't fully understand what they voted on. And they would have voted differently had they fully understood what they voted on. And they regretted their vote. So it's a kind of a mixed bag. This whole thing is a mixed bag. And so I don't know that you can represent totally that we you know, I know those citizens don't trust the what citizens voted on, because they don't trust what they did themselves. So I just, you know, sometimes we put out these words like we don't trust the citizens, but sometimes they don't trust themselves. And the founders understood that representative government was a good idea to vet things, and so that's a factor as well. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions of the committee to the witness? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for appearing and your interest in government. We will now go to proponents of the HJR. Thanks, sir. Your witness form.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm James Harris. I'm a registered lobbyist for the Opportunity Solutions Project, here to go on the record in support of HJR 43, and not to belabor, because you'll have a lot more HJRs here on a lot of this we've talked about over the last couple of years in this committee. I think that, and I suspect most people are in either one camp, they either like the idea or don't. I think the big picture is, do you believe the power to initiate, you know, whether it's constitutional amendments and petition, you know, it's great power. And, you know, should there be a higher threshold when we're putting things into the Constitution or not? Some will say yes, some will say no. I do think we can say with a fact that there has been an increase in the last 20 years, almost kind of a cottage industry of groups and gypsies that go around and do these initiative petitions. You have people fly around the country collecting signatures. You have firms that's what they do. And I don't think the when the IP was put in place, this was something started in the 20s out in California, kind of swept kind of a post-progressive era idea of giving power to the people, which is, I suspect everyone agrees, is good policy. I don't think they envisioned you would have, billionaires just picking a pet project and going, hey, I'll go stick that in a state constitution somewhere, or you'd have a whole cottage industry of these gypsies that go around the country collecting signatures and stuff like that. And so, if you look at a lot of the populist things that have been passed, they're normally passed with a higher than 60% threshold, the big things like term limits, other things. So I think the real question is, do you think a slightly higher threshold for the Constitution, for constitutional amendments to take effect makes sense? Some will say yes, some say no. My client says yes. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Yes, sir, Representative Smith.
To inquire. So one of the arguments is that one of the problems with the initiative petition process, you have out-of-state money and out-of-state groups that are involved. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Who's your client?
Mine's the Opportunity Solution Project out of Naples, Florida.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, we're used to that question, aren't we? Further questions from the committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for coming. So, madam, are you a opponent? Very good. Have your seat. And you did your witness form?
I did earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jen Bernstein, and I am the Advocacy Manager at National Council of Jewish Women St. Louis. We are a community service organization that has 5,000 members, supporters, and volunteers throughout Missouri, and we primarily focus on improving the lives of women, children, and families. And I'll be very brief. I don't want to be redundant. Basically, we feel this puts unnecessary impediments to democracy and unnecessary thresholds, and we are opposed to this and all of the initiative petition bills today. Thank you.
Thank you. Will your testimony then be for the other, or against the other HJRs that we're hearing today?
Correct.
as
And
well?
I indicated as such on the...
All right. We appreciate that. You follow directions well, don't you?
I try.
Questions from the committee for this witness in opposition? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Proponent, we have, there you go. Thank you, sir. Witness form.
Good afternoon, Dusty Backus, registered lobbyist for Missouri Soybean Association. We just want to go on record in support.
Well, that was short and sweet. You didn't even need 30 seconds.
Heard them all.
Yeah. Questions of this witness from the committee? Seeing none, you're off the hook.
Thank you.
Go raise soybeans. We have a witness that is an opponent.
Say again, please.
An opponent.
Opponent, yes.
And you have your witness form in hand?
I've got all sorts of witnesses.
There you go. Okay. I recognize you as being here a time or two.
I would think that this testimony will apply for all of these. That way you don't have to listen to me more than once.
We appreciate that. Make sure your microphone is near your mouth.
Good afternoon. I'm Sam Leclider, representing Missouri Realtors, which is a statewide trade association of some 26,000 people around the state of Missouri that deal in real estate sales. Missouri Realtors has done 2 initiative petitions. One about 12 years ago prohibiting transfer taxes on real property, and another about 9 years ago, something like that, prohibiting sales tax on services. Fascinatingly enough, I don't think both of them took up more than about a page on a standard legal notebook. So we don't get the long stuff. It's too damn difficult to understand and expensive. As a general statement, right now what we see before us puts too great a burden on people to try to pass an initiative petition. A suggestion. Nobody does statutories anymore, and there's a reason for that. It used to be years ago that when you would get a statutory initiative done, the General Assembly wouldn't touch it. Absolutely no, we're not going to do that. People have spoken. Regrettably, there was the puppy mill bill, which I will stipulate was not a very good piece of legislation, and it got completely changed. When we started the transfer tax initiative, we looked at the possibility of doing it by a statutory initiative because it's a lot cheaper. It's probably $750, maybe as much as $1 million cheaper to go that route than to go the constitutional amendment. We elected to put it in the Constitution, frankly, to protect it from, well, I'm sorry, you guys. But we did a poll last year. I'm trying to get one done this year. Most of the citizens of the state of Missouri aren't real excited about what you're trying to do. I think only about 38, maybe 40% think it's a good idea. Everybody else, and trust me, I don't do math, but I think that's not enough to pass anything. Some of these are kind of weird. You have to have a majority of registered voters. Since a good election has maybe an 80% turnout, and I don't know that we've seen many of those, somebody else can do the math. I cannot. But that would call for what you would refer to as a supermajority. I have talked with Representative Henderson. I've talked with a lot of people. We're trying to figure out something that will work. Our position is we support it. We support the current process. Any changes that need to be made should be measured and minimal. And if we feel that this goes overboard, we're ready to take such action as may be required. I'm sorry, that's their idea, not mine. I frankly had to fight them to get into the measured and minimal. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you for your testimony and your vast knowledge. Questions of the committee, Representative Waller.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. So, Mr. Leclider, on the two that you brought forth, those two that you talked about, did they pass?
Oh, yeah.
And what was the percentage that they passed by, if you could help me out? Or if you don't know, could you get us that information?
The transfer tax prohibition, 83.7. Thank you.
There we go.
The sales tax on services, 56. I mean, that one scared us, very frankly. I mean, You get into an IP and you immediately go on a lot of antacids because the people are kind of fickle, to be honest with you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions of the committee, Representative Stacy? Proceed.
You just said something that really struck me. You said the people are fickle.
That's a statement I made, yes.
So is that a good methodology for changing our Constitution?
Oh, absolutely not.
So actually your testimony then would be maybe this process is not a good process overall.
It's like democracy in its whole. And that is, it's not a very good process until you look at all the others. I mean, you're dealing with human beings.
Sure.
And human beings can wake up in the morning and decide, well, they're going to do something that's absolutely contrary to their beliefs. I'm not going to say that this is a bad process. It's the only decent process we have when the General Assembly, and look, people were upset about marijuana, about recreational marijuana passing. General Assembly could have addressed that issue. General Assembly could have addressed medical marijuana, at least tried. They could have addressed, they could have addressed term limits. All those things, but they didn't. So sometimes, and I'm not a huge fan of term limits, I'm not a huge fan of the Hancock Amendment, but they happened. And what you've got to do is you've got to realize that, well, if you don't like something, it may be simply because you're wrong, or it may be you're right, everybody else is wrong, but it's still there.
Well, I appreciate you mentioning the fact that that the people are fickle. I think that probably is a fair representation of history at some level, because our founders actually knew that was the case in this whole program of pure democracy, which is what the IP process is, and certainly we're talking about the most sacred document of our state, putting it in a pure democracy mode. But I would tell you, one of the things that they recognized that the Greeks actually understood that one time they'd vote one way on a certain thing, and then the ship had come back and they'd vote a totally different way on the same issue. Basically, pure democracy can be fickle. Yeah. And so I appreciate you pointing that out, and that certainly should help us as we consider moving forward in the IP. Thank you.
All right. Further questions from the committee? Representative Ani, did you have a question earlier and I just didn't see your hand? No, you're good? Okay. Representative Behringer.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. I'm asking this because how many years have you been in this building?
Oh, please.
This is good for the freshmen.
Okay, I started working for Missouri Realtors in 1968. I was 10 years old at the time.
And I'm asking you this because
you get to hang around with a lot of nice people.
Okay. You threw me off on that one. All right. So I'm just from a historical perspective. Am I on the right track? Because when I view what happened in 1991, because I love getting numbers, and I love going back and finding out why bills were passed, who passed them, and what was done. And at that time, the Democrats, they were ruling in this building.
Yes, they were.
However, they weren't, the initiative petition, the reason they were wanting to change the initiative petition is because I think, and I could be wrong, that the people were trying to tell them they weren't real happy with some of the laws they were or were not passing, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so now, fast forward, 2023, and isn't that exactly what we're going through again? Because the initiative petitions are coming back to the ballot because we here are not listening to the people, and I'm saying to myself, I actually see us going through the exact same thing, which would mean that this is the tipping point because our scales are not balanced. And so without the balance, then we're removed from having to listen to anyone who doesn't agree with us. We can do whatever we want. And so the people on their own will come to the term of, okay, that's it, you're not listening, let's go a different direction.
It's called confirmation bias.
So then
surround yourself with people that think as you do.
So, but I haven't seen where we've tried to change the initiative petition in times of balance in our state representation. Or am I wrong?
Here's the thing. You guys have, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, you have an almost impossible task. You've got a state that is large and vocal and divided. Municipal area, the large municipalities one way, outstate Missouri another way. I frankly don't know how you do it. I suspect it's for the money. But you got to understand that occasionally people will say, you know what, I'm interested in this. And it does give them an option to do something that y'all may not like, y'all may think is a bad idea. I have certain doubts about some of the initiatives, not ours, but others, that have been done. But at least you have people with an option, a way to address their angst. And that is certainly better to do it at the ballot box than in any other way.
We appreciate again, the vast knowledge. I'm going to recognize Representative Burns, even though we're out of our formal 10 minutes, if it can be a quick question and a quick answer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To inquire.
Proceed.
I remember being part of the grassroots effort on the sales tax or the tax on services.
Mm-hmm.
I also remember believing that it was what it appeared to be. The language on the ballot was very similar to the constitutional amendment.
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong, or did you have a 37-page amendment when you got that passed?
We hire people to do that. I don't know, but I don't think so. I mean, they're not going to let me loose on that.
Because as I listen as a freshman, I think that's really the bulk of our problem here. So I just wanted to see if it was a weighty, if we were going to grade by weight, how heavy was that? So
the constitutional amendment is about 6-7 lines. That's it.
Okay, so it matched the ballot pretty well.
Well, the ballot language.
What ballot language?
And the Constitution and what finally ended up in the documents were pretty similar. I would point out, if I may, when I started working down here, you could actually pick up and carry the revised statutes of the state of Missouri. There were 3 books. And that included the Constitution. So you all may have had something to do with that.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize Representative Coleman because he kind of came in late, but he has a statement to make.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the problem, and maybe this has already been stated, my apologies if I'm repeating somebody else's statement, but I think the concern on behalf of the legislature is we get too many outside influences that are coming to the state to make changes that they want to have done, not what Missouri represents. I don't know the last time, maybe somebody can tell me, the last time that a Missouri resident put together an initiative petition. And when I look at the initiative petition process and I look at what it's done in creating bingo or marijuana in reference to our Constitution, that's in our Constitution. And those things should not, in my view, be in the Constitution. That's why I personally really like the bill that separates Constitution and statutory. Give the people the choice. If they want to go Constitution, it needs to have a higher level to make it into the Constitution. But the statutory, leave it at the levels that we have and allow people of Missouri, not these outside influences, on either side of the aisle, because it happens both ways. Don't get confused that parties don't use this as a tool when they can't get something through the legislature. Both sides do it. And that's not what it's there for. It's there for our citizens to take care of things that they want to have done, not for outside influences. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, sir, for coming before this committee and your testimony.
In response, Missouri Realtors is a state organization. Mr. Harris's people are not.
Parting shot. So are we now ready for another proponent? Are there proponents still left? Proponent. Thank you. You have your witness form.
I turned them in.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Madam Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Patty Skane. I am a registered lobbyist for Missouri Right to Life. We are in support of these, and I'm going to be testifying for all of these bills. We have seen, we need to protect our Constitution. We have seen in the past these efforts where millions of dollars come in from out of state to pass these initiative petitions, many times very deceptive initiative petitions, and they have affected the right to life in Missouri. I don't believe that we should have a unmedical or untechnical definition of cloning in our state constitution, but it's there. And only passed by barely 51% of the vote, I believe. And so and a lot of deception, a lot of rhetoric, millions of dollars in PR to convince these people that this was a ban on cloning when all it was a ban on reproductive cloning. And so we believe that it needs to be harder for people to come in from out of state, spend millions of dollars, and convince people in the state of Missouri that they're voting for something they're not really voting for. That's my testimony.
We thank you for that. We're going to allow questions from the committee, of course, if they can be committed to her testimony. I see our friends from League of Women Voters. She's been standing quite a while, so she'll be next. And then we need to start winding down this particular bill so that we can hear the next HJR, and that representative will actually have two. So if you have like testimony, if you can get that maybe together so that we can move on. Our committee time was to be over at 2. As you can tell, we spent the whole 2 hours on one. So we're going to run a little late, but they'll run me out when the time comes. So, yes, thank you very much for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much. So, there you go. Okay, yes. Nice to see you.
Yes. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. And thank you for the introductions. That was really interesting. And you are an impressive group of people with amazing backgrounds. So thank you for serving. I know this is not easy. Sometimes people say to me, why don't I run for office? And I'm like, no. Thank you for doing that. My name is Marilyn McLeod. I'm the president of the League of Women Voters of Missouri. And my comments will pertain to all of the HJRs that were to be taken up today. Of course, I wrote it down, and I have a long narrative, but I'll try to be brief. The League of Women Voters believes responsible government should be responsive to the will of the people. The citizen initiative petition process is the most direct form of voter participation in our democracy and has been enshrined in our Constitution for more than 100 years. The people resort to this, especially regarding changes to the Constitution, only because they feel their voice isn't being heard. Just a little history here. In 1913, when women did not have the vote and all of the legislature was men, they wanted to get the vote, but the legislature didn't believe that women really wanted the vote. So they took advantage of the new petition process and went around the state in the heat of summer. Imagine those dresses and corsets and everything going around the state to get the signatures to get on the ballot. So that, from its very beginning, is the essence of what the League of Women Voters cares about, is that everybody vote and everybody's voices are heard. The process is not easy, and the citizens of Missouri have not abused it. In more than a century, only 29 of 70 citizen-initiated constitutional amendments have ever been approved. Many more proposed initiatives never got even enough signatures to make it to the ballot. It has always been and is a difficult process requiring thousands of signatures by citizens and a majority vote at the polls, so this is not taken lightly. That's why the League of Women Voters of Missouri is opposed to any efforts to make this process more difficult. The General Assembly can put an issue on the ballot with just a simple majority, so it wouldn't need more than maybe 100 votes from both houses together, and does not require the governor's signature and can be approved by a simple majority of the people. I do not believe there is at this time any effort to make a change in that ruling. In the years between 1910 and 2022, a total of 322 amendments to the state constitution were proposed to the voters. Of that total, 246 were proposed by the General Assembly, and 70 were proposed by citizen initiative, which demonstrates how difficult the process is to get a proposition on the ballot. The initiative petition has worked for both conservative and liberal causes, which shows that it is a valuable and valued part of our heritage and works for all Missourians of all different points of view. An example, for example, the Hancock Amendment, which I believe was a conservative amendment, gained 55% of the vote, so it would never be able to achieve what is now being proposed as a higher limit. If the legislature wants to improve the process, try to make the process easier for the county clerks and election officials to check the signatures on those petitions, and for measures proposed both by the General Assembly and by citizens, it would be of great benefit for the voters to require that ballot language be clear and not misleading. And I think that's been reiterated here today. That's one of the things that in either case, the ballot language has to be understandable, and there has to be information provided to the public that makes what would be a very important change to our Constitution, there's no question on that, understandable. And if you look at the initiative petitions, generally do raise a lot of discussion. They usually come about after, for example, the marijuana question has probably been out there discussed for years and years. Finally, it gets vetted on a ballot. But most of the time, those initiative petitions get a lot of press. So there is discussion out in the community. Now, I'll be really frank here, and I'm not meaning to be disrespectful, but the last election, the November ballot, had 3 ballot issues that were generated by the General Assembly, and there was virtually no information to the public. I found that people got to the ballot and they had no idea what those were about. And in fact, if we think the marijuana one may have been very big and there may be some parts of it that were not understandable, when I got to the ballot, I was so surprised. I actually had done my research, which I hope most voters do, and saw the ballot issue on the Kansas City police. The ballot language never used the words Kansas City. And I was stunned. I thought there was a mistake. I said, I think there's a mistake on my ballot, but it wasn't. That was the language, and so the people of the state, if they had not done their research, they just assumed it was about funding the police. So this is just a cry to you to say the people's voice is above all importance. We must respect the voice of the people, and in whatever way we put items out to the voters, they should be understandable and not misleading. So thank you for this opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Questions from the committee? Brief, to the point questions. Ms. McLeod is a regular, for you freshmen, she's a regular testify person. What's the testifier? And we always appreciate her knowledge of the issues. She is a studier.
Thank you very much.
No questions? Thank you. Thank you. We are looking for proponents. Are we out of proponents now? We're down to the opponents. I see another familiar face in the back. Would you like to come forward? You've done your witness form. Thank you very much. And thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jeanette Mott Oxford, appearing for you today as the Public Policy and Advocacy Manager for Paraquad, an independent living center in St. Louis. I've submitted a written testimony and witness forms on all of these bills opposing them. We don't want it to be harder to put things on the ballot. It's already very, very hard. We have participated in a number of petition initiative efforts, and it took our efforts and the efforts of hundreds of others to get those things on the ballot and then to convince our neighbors to vote for them. We may have to bring something before you at some time in the future because we come here year after year talking about the needs of people with disabilities, and some of those things that we bring before you are not being addressed. And this may be the only way that we can bring those to your attention, is to gather signatures on petitions and put them to a vote of our neighbors. If you'd like me to name a couple of those things, affordable housing that's accessible and healthy housing, we have an incredible lack of that in communities throughout the state, and every district, in your district too, I would bet. I don't know of any district that has enough affordable, healthy, accessible housing. And transportation. Public transportation is virtually non-existent in many rural areas and is not up to the needs of the people, even in urban areas that have public transportation systems. So we may have to bring some things to the people for a vote if our General Assembly doesn't respond to it. So we don't want this process to be harder, and we don't want the threshold for passage to be higher. So that's why we're going on record against these HGRs today. Like others who've testified, I've been around for a while. My first time in the building was 1992 when Governor Ashcroft gave his last State of the State address. I worked for a couple of not-for-profits on poverty. I was here from 2005 to 2012 as a state representative, sitting on committees like you all. I was here in 2007 when our legislature decided that the public should not have its way about the need to have permits for conceal and carry, and threw that out. Part of how this lack of trust thing that we've been discussing here came to be. That was one of a number of nails that sealed that coffin, the lack of trust thing. It is lack of trust, I think, that could break us apart as a society. I've listened today to a number of people say my part of the state is not being respected. People aren't coming to us and asking for our signatures. Our votes aren't as equal as yours. We don't have an equal chance. It's this lack of trust thing that I think could tear us apart. One of the lack of trust parts about initiative petitions that I've observed over the years is it used to be that the Secretary of State actually wrote the ballot language that went on the ballot. And then there was a process where you could file challenges to it, and I participated in some of those in the old days. Now, the legislature often writes the ballot language because they don't trust the Secretary of State's office to do it. That started when we had a Republican-dominant legislature and a Democrat in the Secretary of State's office a couple of times, and there was a lack of trust. Now it seems even though there's a Republican in both branches of government, that there's a lack of trust. How can we address this lack of trust? I think it's really important that we think about that, because that's what's going to break us apart, not the fact that you can gather signatures on a petition and get something onto a ballot. So I hope that we'll think about how to do that, and I hope that you will listen to us this year as we come and bring you the needs of people with disabilities, so that we don't have to gather signatures on a petition someday and put that on a ballot. And I'd welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your advocacy for the less fortunate. Are there questions from the committee for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Another familiar face. You've done this before, I know.
And I'm sorry about that, Madam Chair, that my face is so familiar. My maybe not so familiar face is my lovely assistant who's passing out some documents that I hope you find useful. I am here mostly, my name is Ron Calzone.
Mr. Calzone, I need to stop you for a second.
Yes.
the passing out of documents to the committee is improper during a hearing,
Okay.
so we're going to hand them back. I think the improper part was the person from the public on the dais.
Okay. Can we pass them forward from the front?
What,
We can distribute them
what,
later.
what do you think, Vice Chair and Minority?
That was not my
I
lovely
would tell you,
assistant's fault.
I think it would be appropriate not to come on the dais for certain, for the public not to come on the dais for certain. But if the chair would feel okay with it being approached down there somewhere and it being passed, I would be okay with that. I don't know about you.
Well, then we will let this occur at this time. I don't want to start a precedence that people approach us on the dais with literature.
Point well
okay?
taken.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry? You can go ahead and keep it now.
You know, it's always better to ask forgiveness than permission.
There you go, there you go.
For the record, my name is Ron Calzone. I'm one of the directors of Missouri First, and I haven't been here quite as long as Mr. Licklider, but I was here when the Democrats had control. And I've been around the block a few times. And I'm mostly here just to present some information to you, although I am in opposition to HJR 3043. What I've just passed out are two documents I hope you find
I
useful.
need to stop you again, Mr. Calzone.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are testifying in opposition,
That's correct.
but your testimony is informational only?
No,
Okay.
no. It's in order to provide information that I hope you find useful.
Thank you very much.
But it's
Also in the written form.
also in written form.
Okay, proceed.
So I'm not going to cover these documents, but the first one lays out some principles that are really just direct quotes from the Constitution and Declaration of Independence that I think you'll find useful in dealing with all of these bills. And then on the back page, it's actually pertaining more to HJR 30, which I'm hoping that we get to, and so I'm going to try to be as brief as I can and hope everybody else is as brief as possible as well. But also, the other document helps you to know what's being done in other states. So if you want to know what the ratification process is in other states, that document will be of use to you. And then I want to also point out that I built a website, 10, 12 years ago when I first started working on this issue. It looks like this. And on the first document, there's an address, www.mofirst.org. Go to the top right-hand corner. This is an interactive database of all
I
of the
need
ballot
to stop you
measures.
again, sir.
Yes?
That is a prop, and we are not allowed to have props in, am I right? That is correct. Now,
Okay.
you can look at that yourself, you just
right.
can't show it to us.
Okay.
How's that?
I'm looking at a screen with a blue web page on it.
There you go. It's my first day,
If you go there, and you're doing a fine job. If you go to that, you'll see an interactive database. You can play what if the percentage was this, what happened between these dates and so forth, and look up all of the ballot initiatives. What you might find out is, if I'm correct, Representative Oni, all 4 of the times bingo was on the ballot, the General Assembly proposed it. I wanted to point out some things, though, specifically about the bill. Understand that HJR 43 will effectively double the signature count that's required. Make of that what you want to, but having done a petition on eminent domain in 2008, having raised $1 million and collected 428,000 signatures on 2 different petitions that we had, because there was 2 parts of the Constitution to amend, I can tell you the process is very hard for a grassroots effort, and this was a totally Missouri citizens grassroots effort. So I don't know what others were, but I know that ours was. We missed ballot excess by about 2,000 to 3,000 signatures in one congressional district. It's hard for what it's designed for, and that is the true grassroots efforts. If you double the signature count, Mr. Veet would still get it on the ballot. He has a $1 billion industry that he's tapping into. So if you do what the petition side of HJR 43 does, you just take the petition process out of the hands of citizens and you leave it in place for the people with the piles of money. And besides that, it's going to fail dismally at the ballot. Now, having said all that, I do think that it's foolish to have a simple majority ratification process to any constitution. That needs to be dealt with. I'm imploring you to deal with it separately. If you want to mess with the petition side of the equation, put that on the ballot by itself. If you want to do something about the ratification side of the equation, put that on the ballot as a separate question to voters. So that is my most imploring. If you don't, it goes down for sure. And I think if you put 2/3 on, it goes down. And I think if you put 60%, it goes down. I wanted to address a couple of other points that have been made in other testimony. Yes, we want all the citizens around the state to be able to weigh in on amending their constitution. But I've got to ask you, what's more important? Whether or not they get to sign a petition or whether or not their vote matters? Their vote is what matters more than anything. And I think you'll see HJR 30 that deals with that issue directly. It makes sure that everybody has a say where it matters most when they vote. I wanted to also address Representative Adams' concerns about the non-citizen language. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it is not addressed constitutionally anywhere. There is no constitutional prohibition or requirement that you be a citizen of the United States or a voter in Missouri. And there are other jurisdictions around the country that are in fact expressly allowing non-citizens to vote. Not necessarily in constitutions, but that's the trend. There's nothing wrong with embedding it in our Constitution. So I do support that concept in this bill. And then the last thing I want to address is why not just vote them out? If you don't like what your representatives are doing, well, the eminent domain issue that I worked on is a very good example of that. The reason that in 2006 we didn't address that legislatively, even though it was the hottest issue, every Republican was running on property rights, it was a bipartisan issue, is because the big money interest said we're not going to do this. And so they passed a placebo bill. But there were a lot of representatives, there were a lot of senators that you might have liked all of their other behavior on, but just not that. So sometimes we have to do things. If your representative or your senator is otherwise towing the line, you like what he's doing, but there's one issue that you disagree with him about, there needs to be a mechanism to go around them. So that's why it's too simple to say just vote the bums out. I think that's all I've got, other than the fact that I'm available. I'm here every week, and feel free to call on me if I can help.
Thank you for your testimony, and I want to apologize to Ms. Calzone if I embarrassed her with.
I want to apologize. I asked her to do it.
Okay. Well, please don't do that again.
I think it's going to be a long, quiet ride home.
Why'd you do that to me? Yeah. Again, I apologize. We are finished with proponents still. Nobody entered the room, right? I'm sorry?
No questions for me.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Yes,
Just a
Representative
quick
Stacy.
question. I just wanted to make sure that I heard you correctly, and your testimony is that you want to throw the bums out. Is that right? No, just.
Yeah, there's some that I would like to throw out, and there's others I'd like to keep.
Little levity here. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? We're going to move on. I see another familiar face waving his papers, so you know all about the witness form. Before Mr. Berry sits down, how many are left that are opponents of this particular bill? Oh, my goodness gracious. We're going to have to recess for a second, or not recess. I need to step away from the microphone for a second. Proper stand at ease.
You were the clerks, right?
So we're going to allow Mr. Berry, who's sitting at the desk with his testimony, we're going to take a 5-minute break up until the 2 o'clock time, and then we will be back with the balance of the testimony for HJR 43, and then we will go into HJR 30, 18, 24, and 25. So if you have testified for this one and it's nearly the same, like some of the last people, you do not have to stay. If you have put it in writing, we already have it. If you send it electronically, if you want to leave it with someone, I hate for someone to be driving, at dark if they don't do that, if they're from way up north. So, again, Mr. Berry's going to go with his testimony. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back in here for the balance of the testimony so that everybody is heard.
Madam Chair, thank you. My name is Ron Berry. I'm a registered lobbyist, and I'm here today on behalf of Jobs with Justice Voter Action. We are opposed to all 4 of the bills, and I'll just give you that as part of my testimony. I have turned in my sheets. There's a number of different issues that we have concerns with, and to be honest with you, I've had the opportunity to work, if we're telling our stories today, I've had the opportunity to work as a circulator. I've worked in the Secretary of State's office. I have been here as a staffer, and then I've been here working on this language for many, many years. A couple of these that would really increase the number of signatures is going to make it to the point that it's not going to happen. You're not going to have anything that's going to make it to the ballot because it's so difficult to do. If you look at just this last election cycle, there were only two petitions out of the 200 or some that were certified or presented. I don't know the exact number that were certified, but only 2 of them came close to getting it to the ballot. And my personal assumption is that marijuana probably didn't have enough signatures, but that's a different conversation. So it's just simply not as easy as many people seem to think. And if you want to pit the joint resolutions against the IP, then the one thing that it would be, I think it would be important that you, as in HCR 43 or 43, it does apply to both a joint resolution and a constitutional amendment, but I also think it kind of, his total here probably applies to the initiative as well. But I think you have, what I'm trying to say is if you're going to have a majority vote on a constitutional amendment, then it should be, whether it be brought by the initiative process or by the General Assembly, it should be equal, because that's what we're talking about is constitutional amendments. So we can't kind of have just one for the other. And that's something that I would just throw out there for consideration. I'd be happy to talk to anyone about any of these bills, but in the interest of time, I'm going to just leave my testimony today. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee, recognizing Representative Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you for being here, first of all. I appreciate that. So when there is an initiative petition, how many committee meetings does that language go through before it hits the ballot? When you do have enough signatures and you get the approval. How many times does that language get vetted by individuals through that process?
Okay,
how many times does it get changed?
So there's a difference between a joint resolution and a constitutional amendment by initiative. One is that the language for the summary statement is different in size. So the joint resolution is 50 words, an initiative petition is 100 words. That is vetted through the Secretary of State's office, also through the Attorney General's office and the Auditor's office. They look to see if that language is what they call to form. So that is part of the process. I would say that somebody that's thinking about putting an initiative petition together spends a lot of time with whoever they're having for whatever reason that they think they need to bring that forward to the people. Back in 2012, the General Assembly passed I don't remember the bill number, but in 2012, there was part of a bill that Senator Krause passed, and it included a vetting session by the Joint Committee on Legislative Research. That committee met for the first time last year. It's the only time that and so there was a mechanism there to have vetting done on some of these. The committee doesn't really do anything. I tried to express that when I was working for Secretary Carnahan, because all you're doing is going to pay people like myself that are now lobbyists to come in there or to bring their clients in there, because there's no mechanism for you to change anything. But this is a separate process.
Well, what I'm trying to get across to the folks that are listening in here, I'll give you an example. I've had an HJR for property taxes, property assessment values. This is the fourth year that I presented that, and each time that I've had to present, we've made changes that has improved the bill. 4 years that process has gone on. When you put an initiative petition onto the ballot, nobody in the state people don't get to look at it. I don't know what goes on behind the doors for the people that are putting the initiative petition out there to get it on the ballot. But I'm going to say that it's probably, you don't have 163 people on the House side, you don't have 34 people on the Senate side that is picking at your bill and your language all the time. I'm just saying there's a process that we go through to vet things that I don't believe the people have the opportunity to do on the initiative petition that people are putting up from outside.
So back in 2012 again, that there was a part of that bill that made the Secretary of State open a comment period. There are several petitions that have been filed this year already for the new cycle, and they all have had, there's a number of them that are in the comment period. People can comment once that bill is, and then treat it like a bill to some degree, because that's what it is.
Okay, so
right now, you can go to the Secretary of State's office, and you can comment on a bill that is in the comment period before it is certified to be circulated.
So how many people do that?
I don't know. I look at those, but I don't comment on them.
My point is people don't know about this.
Well, that's not my fault, sir.
I'm not saying that it is your fault. I'm trying to help people understand what the issue is for us and why we are trying to make changes, not to create or take away rights from the people, but to try to make the marijuana bill, the medical marijuana bill that got passed a couple years back. You know how many phone calls I got from people complaining about the language to that after it was passed and asking me to do something, and we can't do anything about it. It has to go back to the people.
Okay, so you're right. It would have to go back to the people, but you can do something about it. Just look at what you did with Clean a couple years ago. You didn't like Clean Missouri, so then you did Clean 2, and you made a number of significant changes from what Clean was and even some of the process of, and that was through a joint resolution, sir.
Right, you're right. But if we would have done it the right way the first time, it wouldn't have had to be done a second time. And that's the only point I'm trying to make, is that we get things that get passed by outside influences. And I'm telling you, when Clean, let's look at Clean. You know how much money came in from out of states? Lots and lots of money. And in fact, under the secondary piece of that, when we came out with the correction that just made sure that people understood what those changes were that happened in the first one, there was, again, lots of money put out there to go against that other initiative petition.
Okay,
so I'm just saying that we need to make it clear to people what's happening with these bills, with these petitions, so that they get the full story and not just one side of it.
But sir, you do have to be a citizen of Missouri to be the owner of a petition, to submit that to the Secretary of State. It can't be somebody from outside.
It's the people from outside that are coming into Missouri to get these people to do so.
Well, I
think you know that.
I think Mr. Licklider was spot on with his comment in the fact that everybody that's here today that's probably testifying is from Missouri. But there is one outside group that is not from Missouri. My group is from Missouri.
I get that, and I understand that. I appreciate it, and please don't take me wrong. I'm trying to protect the people, because if they go back and look at all the money that came in on some of these issues you're talking about, you've got millions of dollars coming from Houston, Texas. You've got millions of dollars coming from the East Coast. How much money from Missouri people got put into that initiative petition to make sure it got done?
Okay, thank you.
Stopping, yep. And
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and the witness. We need to break, and when we come back, we absolutely need to figure out a way to make testimony quicker, or all the bills will not be heard today. And I know people came here for a specific purpose. So if you can talk amongst yourselves about who can be the person to express your opinion, it would be great. Because we're not going to get to everything with this pace that we're going, okay? 5-minute break. It's now, I can't see the clock very good. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, yes, thank you. We'll be back in here in 5 minutes. Oh, committee members, listen. Turn your mics off. Make sure your neighbors is off. When people are in here talking, yeah. Thank you for the quick togetherness and allowing us to take a little break. So, as promised, we will hear Representative Henderson's HJR 43. We're down to the opponents. We are going to pledge to finish that, but we're going to have to... testimony is going to have to be 5 minutes now. When we finish that testimony, we will have Representative Lewis, and he will present both his HJR 30 and HJR 18 at the same time together. There's not that many differences. We'll go through that process with the proponents and opponents with 5 minutes. We will then have Representative Davidson, who will present both of his HJR 24 and 25, and with a 5-minute time limit, too. What I'm doing differently as of now is, if you are a member of the general public and you have traveled to be here, I would like for you to be one of the first ones up to finish this HJR 43. And then if that testimony holds over to the others, you don't have to stay for the other two. You can if you want. The room is thinning out, so that's good. So, a proponent of 43 that traveled to get here, would you please stand and be recognized? An opponent, I'm sorry. There are no pros left. An opponent of HJR 43. Yep, you're looking at me. Okay. You may approach, and you did your, good, very good. You'll have to turn your mic on. There you go.
All right, and
Thank
I
you.
understand it needs to be close. Hi, I'm Holly Honig. I am the Policy Director for Empower Missouri. Empower has worked for over 120 years to alleviate poverty throughout the state, with the ultimate goal of ending poverty. To reach that vision, Missouri's citizens necessarily need to be actively involved in the policy-making process. We really believe in that. So to that end, I'm speaking in opposition to altering the initiative petition process kind of at all, any way that makes it harder, but specifically through the set of proposed legislation that we're here today. Your constituents and your neighbors have a unique insight into their own lives and experiences with Missouri policy. Most elected officials don't share the same lived experience that many of your constituents have, particularly folks who are living in poverty, and it makes it ever more important that they feel represented in this process. 88 of the House members today ran unopposed, and so that kind of exacerbates representation. Sometimes that means individuals who know what's best for them in their lives and every day, day to day, do not always feel represented in this building and in state policy making. The IP process, as we've heard from the folks who came before me, is nonpartisan. It is not broken, and it is definitely not easy. There's no silver bullet process. Garnering over 170,000 signatures is no small task. We also heard some concerns that the whole state doesn't feel represented. That argument kind of presumes that folks in southeastern Missouri that we heard specifically about don't have shared interests. And I think like the Medicaid expansion would be a really good example of that was, it's definitely an issue that folks in poverty wrestle with, and definitely statewide, and definitely we heard through votes through this process that served their interests. The proposed changes, kind of any one of them or any combination of what we're hearing today, particularly in HJR 43, honestly will limit and exclude citizens from the process. It's yet another aspect of government that will make it feel, and indeed will be, completely out of reach for the average person. These average people are your constituents and our neighbors. I have a few numbers that I want to share before I wrap up, because we've heard some questions. One of them, Representative Smith, you asked about the statutes versus constitutional amendments. And I did a lot of looking at numbers and what the actual implications would be for citizens and the folks that we care about. And for HJR 43, I just do want to clarify. It says amendments to the Constitution shall be signed by 10% of the legal voters. It's currently gubernatorial votes that it's basing that off of. So when it switches language and talks about petitions proposing laws that will be signed by 5% of such voters for statutes, that's increasing the base. So it's 5% of all voters versus the gubernatorial vote, which is a significant increase. So today's minimum number of signatures is 171,000 and some change. 10% of all legal voters is 433,000 and some change. So that's a really big jump in required signatures for statutes as well. We also talked about or heard about the increase of 2/3 of the vote from a simple majority. And that's also hugely significant. We're looking at currently, I just looked at last year's election, so what was on the ballot in November. And so a simple majority was like roughly about 1 million votes. So 2/3 of the votes would roughly be 1.3 million. So again, that's a really big jump. And if we're looking at what other states do, the only state in the U.S. that requires a 2/3 vote right now is New Hampshire. Florida, Illinois, and Colorado are between 55 and 60, and everybody else is a simple majority. So again, I don't feel that Missouri's process is broken, and in terms of supporting the people in Missouri, and particularly those that Empower Missouri cares about for folks in poverty, we just would like to ask that you don't change a thing.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee?
Okay.
Seeing none, thank you for advocating for your constituents. We're ready for another person that traveled to be here. Very good. Thank you. Sorry I didn't think of this. I mean, it was a group effort that thought of this.
That's okay. I don't think I traveled the farthest, but still. My name is Linda Rance. I am here. I am a co-organizer of an organization of volunteers called Missouri Canvassers. Last year on May 5th, for those of you who are freshmen, you wouldn't know that, but the others who have returned, we delivered our printed report from our canvassing efforts and to every representative and every senator. We also delivered results to the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, and I had somebody else say, but I don't call it off the top of my head. In these bills, all of them, I'd like to say that we oppose the ones, the HR, I believe it's HJR 30, has a different pull to it, but specifically as talking to numbers. So our volunteers knocked on 5,000 doors. We had 1,300 residences that agreed to take our survey, which was questions about the voter rolls for the 2020 election. Of those 1,300 houses, 700 had voting anomalies, whether it's phantoms or ghosts or lost votes or stolen votes. Within each house, there can be more than one issue, so we had 1,100 individual issues that we discovered, and that's part of our report. Our number 2 item on our report is that the voter rolls in Missouri are seriously inflated. The national average for voter registration is 70%, and in 2020, Missouri was well over 90%. I think we were closing in on 91%. So in these bills, I just caution you, anything that uses voter registration as a measurement is going to make it either more difficult or easier to defeat or more difficult to attain because of how the numbers roll out, because we have those issues with the voter rolls. I think there's a lot of bills coming out we're speaking on cleaning up those voter rolls. I think a lot of people have heard of different issues that we could do, but to make a bill based on, or any kind of a law based on voter registration as opposed to actual votes cast is something that you should consider. That's what I wanted to share.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee for this witness? Oh, these guys are getting tired, aren't they? All right,
okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Rance, for appearing and your patience. The next proponent of HJR 43, opponent, I'm sorry. See, I'm tired too. Okay, yes.
Thank you, and in particular, thank you to the chair for making sure that everyone is heard. It's really appreciated. My name is Rabbi Daniel Bogard. I'm a rabbi in by far the largest movement in American Judaism, the Reform movement. I'm also a rabbi at one of the largest congregations, Jewish congregations in the state of Missouri, Central Reform Congregation in St. Louis. I'm here to urge you to vote no on all of these bills. Jewish history is long, and Jewish memory is even longer. We have known all too well and all too often the bitter taste of oppressive governance. This is why so many Jews have come to call America a special place. In fact, in Jewish parlance, we call it Goldena Medina, a golden land, because this has been a place where opportunity exists and where the will of the majority is held sacrosanct. I'm here today braving tonight's snow. Hopefully we're not snowed in here, because I am deeply concerned that the sacred right of people to be governed by the will of the majority is at risk in these proposed changes. These changes to the initiative petition process would not just alienate regular Missourians from our government, but would put in jeopardy the biblical command that after the majority we must incline. The initiative petition process is already not a simple process with significant and, I think, appropriate hurdles to making changes to the state constitution. But this attempt and these attempts to further restrict the ability for the will of the people to ultimately guide and govern our state is misguided at best, and I worry can be read all too easily as a cynical power play by too many regular Missourians. I urge the members of this body to vote no on all of these bills on HJR 18, 24, 25, 30, and 43, and preserve the sacred trust that our citizens have placed in this legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony for all of the bills and not just one. Appreciate that. Questions from the committee to the witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. We have it. There you go. Oh, will you be testifying, ma'am? Okay. Anyone else testifying in opposition to HJR 43?
Sorry, I stepped out. Wanted to make sure all the people from out of town got in. Very brief, Katie Gamble here on behalf of the Health Forward Foundation, submitting testimony in opposition to all of the bills. And I think everything has probably already been said, so I will leave it at that.
Can you state that?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. The Health Forward Foundation.
Health Forward. Okay, thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. I don't see a form in your hand, sir.
I've already submitted electronic forms on all the joint resolutions. Autophagy on behalf of Missouri NEA. Partly I just wanted to come up because that gave me a chance to congratulate you, Madam Chair, and to this committee for the excellent work. This is really a great committee. The Elections Committee does important work. All our members work for public elected officials, and so elections are really important. Our resolutions talk about making sure that you all remove barriers that allow citizens to either vote or participate in the political process. We had a number of things that we probably could have said, but pretty much all of those things have been said in the testimony. We have those concerns both on the collecting signature side. Representative Cohen made an excellent point that if we raise the standard, we'll probably just leave it in a place where it's only people who have immense amount of money and not grassroots efforts to be able to move something forward. So we'd encourage the committee to really kind of continue the process. We've had constitutions approved by majority vote for 200 years. We've always been a product of direct democracy. That's not something we need to fear. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being brief. Questions from the committee? Our committee is getting smaller too, isn't it? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam
Thanks
Chair.
for being here. Next. Oh, no next? Wow, good. Representative Henderson, would you like to come forward with your final comments?
Madam Chairman, thank you for giving me the opportunity to have this bill heard today. I'll end it by saying this. Really, all we're asking to do is people keep talking about the will of the people. With this bill, all we're asking to do is put on the ballot and let the people decide. So I think we're trying to do the will of the people and see if they think we're right or if they think we're wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it greatly. So this concludes the public hearing on HJR 43. We will now open the hearing on HJR 30 and HJR 18. Representative Lewis will be speaking about the nuances between the two, so your testimony in proponent or opponent will be the same.
Thank you. And for the record, Representative Lewis from District 6, and thank you to the members of the committee and especially Chairman McGaugh. This was full when we started, just so you have a pretty good idea there. We've been sitting a little while, so I appreciate that. I know you guys, this is the way committees are supposed to work. I mean, having said that, I mean, that's what we're here for, right? We're supposed to vet bills. And that's what our speaker said, and I think that's what the minority wants. We're supposed to vet bills so that we only get the best bill that we can. So I appreciate that. I want to delineate between the two different bills that I have. HJR 18, if you have it there before you. HJR 18 is very similar in all of the same things that Representative Adams would have complained about on his bill that he'd complain about on my bill. They're the same things, okay? It has a 66% majority. It has 8 out of the, I want 8 out of the 8 congressional districts to take petitions in. If we move forward, I will not ask for that bill to move forward. I would move that I would ask for Representative Henderson and my bills to just blend together. I don't intend to move that forward. So with that bill is, we will move on from HJR 18. I wanted to present to you HJR 30. HJR 30, back on 18, I filed that before Representative Henderson had filed his bill and filed his HJR. And in fact, I thought he was not going to file that HJR, and that's why I filed it. So, but I want to address HJR 30, which is very different than anything that you've heard so far. I believe it's a very different approach to this. And it reminds me, I know that there are people up there that are historians, right, that know that in 1789 there, when we were getting ready to found our Constitution, the Constitutional Convention about collapsed, right? And about collapsed because of big states and little states, right? Because of these large population states against these small population states, and they wanted to be protected, and the small states wanted to be protected from the big states before they got together. And that's how we ended up with our bicameral position, where we had the lower house, if you will, being represented by equal numbers of members, and the upper, with representation. But in the upper house, everybody got one vote. At that time, it was one senator, not 2 senators. And that's how we ended up the Great Compromise, right? I believe that this is something like that. We do have a divided state, and we have a divided country, and we have different ways of viewing these things. And I don't disagree that, we may want to use the initiative petition. Now, when I say we, I'm a Republican representative. We may want to use the initiative petition process sometime in the future. And we don't want to make it to where the hurdle is insurmountable. But at the same time, it should be representative of the people of the entire state of Missouri. And I think that's what this compromise legislation does. You can see if you think it does as well. So in HJR 30, it does not change the number of signatures necessary to get it on the ballot. It doesn't change that. It's the same thing, 6 out of 8, just like it was before. What it does change is it doesn't change the number of votes you'd have to get statewide. The number of votes you have to get statewide would be 50%. Well, 50% plus 1, right? So you'd have to get 50%, a majority. But you would also have to get it in all the regions of the state of Missouri. In other words, in at least 50 House districts. If you can get regional representation, if you think about that, it's kind of like the Senate. If you can get regional representation and you can pass it through with the majority, then you have it. It's concurrent majorities is the concept, and I believe that we don't want to make the process we want the will of the people, but at the same time we can look at some of the examples that we've already seen, right? We can look at some of I don't want to pick on any one particular IP bill, but one that passed recently, right? That when, 47% of the people voted, 53% of the people voted in favor of that IP, and we put a 60% threshold in the Constitution for the first time with an initiative petition, right? That was on the marijuana initiative petition, right? We also put into effect things that are going to require budget processes, budget money, but didn't provide any budget money. And we were debating that yesterday in the hearing. We've got to try to expunge these cases without any money. How are you supposed to do that? Well, that's because it went through the initiative petition process and didn't have any money for that process, right? So because it wasn't vetted, and we need to vet things before they get through, and that's what we're doing here. You're going to vet my bill, and you're going to say, hey, you know what, that's wrong. This is what you got to do. You got to pick at it and chew on it and semi-digest it and don't spit it back out. Right, so that is what we're here for, is vetting this bill. And I think that some of those things are very, very important. You know, with the state of Missouri, and I won't show you a map. I was going to hold one up just for grins, but I wasn't really going to do it. So, but just so you could gavel me. But anyway, there are 115 counties. Depends on how you count St. Louis County and stuff. But anyway, there's 115 counties. 99 of those counties voted down the initiative petition process for marijuana. 99 of them did, and 15 or 16, depending on the three counties around, how you divvy those up, voted up the marijuana process. All of the votes came from a very, very small regional representation of the state of Missouri. Maybe that's what you want. Maybe that is what you want in your process, in your initiative petition process, to change the Constitution, to put 38 more pages of the Constitution in place. Maybe that is what you want. Maybe that's what the Democratic Party wants. Maybe that's what the Republican Party wants. I don't think it's what the people of Missouri really intended. They saw a language about like this, and they voted on it. Maybe they wanted to have legalized marijuana. Maybe they did. Okay? Maybe they were hoodwinked by slick advertising because there was no advertising on the other side. It's easy to win when you don't have any opposition. It's, when you don't have money against you, right? It really is. Just tell it like it is. Okay, so I think, though, that we want, people in my, we've talked about, getting, petition up in my part of the state, northeastern part of the state, north central part of the state, northwestern part of the state, southeastern part of the state, south central part of the state. The people in those regions, they don't think that they have any effect. They all voted it down. Every one of the districts north of I-70, other than one touching Kansas City, voted this initiative petition down, and resoundingly so. Right? Some of them were 75-25. Okay, and they're like, well, we voted it down. Yeah, but you didn't vote it down enough. There's other parts voted more for it. Right? And they say, well, it's very easy in some of those markets to get things out with slick advertising that says it's actually going to help reduce crime, which we know is false. We know it's going to, all those other things that we can point to that are a problem with that bill. And I would love to just wax eloquent on that, but you guys are tired. So we need to make sure that representation, that when we're going to change the Constitution, it is representative of the will of the people. Not, essentially 26% of the voters of the state of Missouri, registered voters, actually approved the marijuana bill, 26%. 47% was the total voter turnout, and 53% voted in favor and 47% voted against. Yeah, that's true, that you got 53% of the people that voted, but you only got 16 of the counties. Now, if you went broader, if it's going to be broad representation, it needs to be broad representation of all of the interest groups, including those that are in the rural, including those that are in the city, including those that are Democrats, including those that are Republicans. It needs to be a broad representation, because the same thing is going to happen when we're out of power and the Democrats are in power, and it's going to happen someday. And when that happens, we want to be able to use the same process to change things when it needs to happen, and we don't have the will of the people, or at least don't have the numbers in the legislature. For that reason, I'm proposing that we approve and move HJR 30 forward. And I don't think it takes anybody's rights away. It's 50%, 50%, 50% of the overall vote and 50% of the House districts of the state. Some people say, well, what about 50% of the congressional districts? That'd be okay. Or 50% of the Senate districts. That'd be all right. Or 50% of the House districts. I wouldn't mind that either. Okay, but right, this bill is 50% of the state House districts would have to also get 50%. That gives everybody some skin in the game to get out and work. Because then, hey, if you're for it or against it, you make sure your House district votes the way that you think they really want to. Make sure they understand the bill. I have made sure people in my district understood the marijuana bill and all of its repercussions, and it's 38 pages, right? And with that, I will yield to questions from the committee, and sorry I took a little bit of time, but I had been sitting there a couple of hours, so that was it.
No, that was great. So a question from the chair then. I was following along very well with the legislative districts because you and I now used to share one, and because of the loss of population in the northern part of the state, that Senate district is 19 counties.
Yeah.
So that would not work to use the Senate district.
It would be more difficult. The nice thing, people talked about using, well, why can't you just use counties, right? Well, that would be unfair representation. The county of St. Louis is 300,000, and the county of Worth is 2,000.
Right.
We can't do that. That wouldn't be fair. That'd be too. I mean, that wouldn't be fair. In this case, we all represent 37,000 people. Every House district, approximately 37,700, plus or minus, 3%, I think, whatever it is. So in this case, then you're getting a equal broad representation of the state, and you're also making sure that it passed by 50% statewide. And that's the threshold, it is just asking for broad representation of all of the people of the state of Missouri.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that out in a great short time. You did well. Questions from the committee? Representative Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, to acquire. Representative Lewis, okay, I want to make sure I understand your process of HJR 30. In other words, say, I have to think of numbers. There is this election, and let's make it simple. 100,000 people voted yes for this HJR. 90,000 voted no. So that is approved.
That part.
Then you have to go to these, I guess, state rep districts.
Well, I mean, when
and I'm like okay. I know I'm thinking of a variety of different permutations of where this could really create some very interesting math, which may be even stranger. So then you look at all of these House districts, and each of the House district, it has to be approved by 51%.
50.1. Or
50, whatever.
More than 50, yeah.
Yeah. So if it isn't approved by that, then even though a majority of the people in the state of Missouri wants A, they don't get it because somebody in whatever House district where only 5% of the people voted. I'm just pulling numbers out of the air. I'm not saying that's true. But say, in that House district, very few people voted, but they voted no. They will have more power than somebody in a district where a higher percentage of the people voted yes, in other words. In other words, if that was the case, then all I had to do is work at certain districts and convince.
Was the turnout, Representative Evans, was the turnout in let's say just the last one, in the marijuana, was the turnout higher in those districts that approved the amendment, or is it higher in those that, let's say upstate, that opposed it?
I don't know.
So, I mean, we can't know, and that's going to change every time. But what you can know is that if 50% of the people voted for it and 50% of the House districts also approved it, then it is a broad representation of the state of Missouri. Think about it from your perspective. If you have a House district, which maybe your demographics are, as far as Republican, Democrat, maybe they're 54-46 or something like that, and you have something that kind of falls along partisan lines a little bit, then you have to convince 4% of the people in that your HJR or your initiative petition is a good thing. I'm going to have, after this is done, it's still going to have to go to the vote of the people. And if the people of Missouri think it's a good idea, they're going to vote for it. I would love it to be both of mine. I would say, I would love, I don't think it can, I don't think it fits the Constitution, but I would love to put the same thing on this HJR. I don't think any of the other bills will want to do that, but I would put that on this HDR just as much, that it has to be 50% of the districts.
Okay. Would your HJR also require that same kind of vote for the legislature to put something on the ballot?
You know, I would be okay with that, but I would, but I don't, here's why, and I think Representative Coleman was really getting to the heart of that. Look at the exhaustive, and it truly was exhaustive. You exhausted the people that were in favor and in opposition via, you know, you were done with it was pretty obvious. I've watched these committee processes, and it was done, right? You had asked all the questions, you thought of all the things, and you know, everybody was, okay, we got it. Anything I say now is going to be repetitive. You had exhausted that. How many people had that kind of exhaustive discussion about any of the IP bills before that we've had in recent history? None, because unless they went through the HDR process, and they went through this committee, and then they went through the executive process of this committee, then they went to the floor, and they had their first hearing and second hearing, and then they were truly passed out of the House, and then they went to the Senate, and they had the same exact process, and then they would have to have been vetted, and for that reason, 50%, they've already got the broad representation because it had to have passed both houses, and they would have had to have gotten a majority in both the House and the Senate, which is 50% of the House districts, so why would we need it? You see, they would have already had to pass 50% of the House districts. But I'd put it up for that too. I'd say, sure, I mean, it wouldn't bother me. I don't know that that's the bill that we will present to the people, but it wouldn't bother me because I think it's the right thing to do. 50% and 50% I think is the right thing to do for equal representation.
Well, I'll tell you this. I am for if any initiative petition makes it out. Now, I'm not saying if, because probably one will. I want it to be applicable to both the legislative process and to the initiative petition process of the people. I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and that there should not be any greater benefit to one group or another. That's number one. Number two, everybody keeps talking about bingo. Bingo, again, was put on by the legislature, not by initiative petition. So anybody who keeps saying, they keep hearing this, I heard it a couple of times, maybe it got corrected when I had to go to my other committee.
They did. Yeah, they corrected it actually when you were.
Okay, I want to make sure that
I don't think I mentioned bingo.
No, you didn't. So. I'm just trying to cover everything that's been sticking in the back of my head about all of this. You want, again, citizens, even though in the Constitution it already says citizens, so you want to reiterate that there's got to be this citizenship.
There are certain people in the state of Missouri, whether you agree with them or not, who feel that they, if you will, that they are becoming disenfranchised because they're not getting, someone is looking, past them, and that maybe illegal aliens are voting, or maybe so it doesn't hurt to restate the obvious.
I think it is a redundancy, and it creates this mental image somewhere in the back of people's mind that something bad is going on, being you keep saying it. That's what I keep saying.
There are people who really believe that, and I think for them it's addressing an issue that they feel.
Okay, and then
you can always
agree,
propose an amendment to
then you will agree that I fear that these proposals are an attempt to deny the citizens of this state, the duly citizens of this state, their rights of petitioning their government. That's what I feel. I've said this before in the past, last year and the year before. That's what I feel, that's what it's trying to deny, is citizens their rights. So that's the position I'm coming from, and I hope you understand that. I want to protect the citizens, all of them. I don't want to diminish their rights. And I'm fearful that these are trying to diminish their rights. And you've really got to go a long way to prove to me that it's not. Okay? I want to thank you for listening to me. And I hope, whatever. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for the great commentary here. That's what we're all about, right? Get it out in
absolutely.
conference, or committee, I mean.
Yeah, that's right.
Representative Ani?
To inquire. Representative, are you familiar with the term dog whistle politics?
Not really.
Okay, let me explain it to you. A dog whistle is something that is used in political rhetoric oftentimes that is not actually saying the thing you want to say, but is signaling something to a group of folks to believe something. Oftentimes this is used in, like I said, political rhetoric. And what I'm seeing here is a lot of dog whistles. The dog whistle that I'm seeing is indicating to folks who you claim think that there are people, illegal aliens, to quote you, voting, folks who are not citizens voting. The dog whistle is to communicate to those folks that you're doing something for them by using that language. Do you see that?
I don't want to characterize anything as a dog whistle. There are people who have a viewpoint that you would probably differ with, that people that would be my constituents.
Well, there are facts and there are opinions,
those
right?
people that would be my constituents and and there are people in, I'd say there are facts and there are opinions, but there are people that are my constituents who feel that way and who would say, well, we need to make sure that this is in there.
Do you feel that way? That there are folks who are voting who shouldn't be voting?
Well, I'm sure there are some people who voted in every election that probably
Do you know that
shouldn't
because
have
of
been.
data, or do you just think that?
Well, there has been some evidence of that, and I mean, this is not the point of this HDR should live or die on the idea of whether a 50% majority of the people who have voted and whether 50% of the House districts is a good, equal representation of all of the citizens of the state of Missouri. If that is a valid, good amendment, it should go up, and if that's not a valid, good amendment, it should go down. And if you want to focus on just that one thing, you can, but I don't think it's really the heart of the issue.
You wouldn't have a problem taking it out of the ballot language, right? If that's not the heart of the issue,
it might make it easier to pass for some people because they might think I'm trying to hoodwink a certain segment of the population.
It sounds like you're trying to talk to folks who believe something that isn't true and trying to get them to make a decision based on that false belief.
Well,
that's what it sounds like.
Your idea of what isn't true, I mean, we've watched some of these. I mean, the other day, I listened to the news media present what had happened in our house, and I didn't recognize it was what happened in the house, and I was sitting right there. So, I mean, I think sometimes we each have different audiences, different people, and certain segments of my population and certain segments in your, there's going to be people who believe that in your district and who don't. I'm just saying that this will not make it less hard to pass by having that language in there and restating that than if I didn't have it. I mean, it will make it probably easier to pass. You're right.
Right, yeah, so you used language to make sure that it would pass easier. Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry. Thank you very much. What? I can't do what I wanted to do, so this day is waning.
Sorry.
No, it's not your fault at all. So do we have further questions from the committee for this witness? 5 minutes. Uh-huh. No, including his testimony. So are you saying you're out of time, or do you want a question? Well, you're the vice chair. I will let you do that.
Okay, well, I just want to reiterate, And you may be aware or not, I don't know, you weren't here for the testimony earlier, but there are some citizens, or there are some municipalities in our country right now that are passing things that would allow non-citizens to vote. That is happening. That is a trend that is happening right now across the country. And would you agree that putting this language in this particular amendment would strengthen your intent to ensure that citizens of the state of Missouri were the ones that were intended to vote in this particular instance?
Yeah, citizens and registered voters are who should be voting in the state of Missouri, right? They should register and they should be citizens, and that's who we should have vote on everything. And stating that shouldn't be offensive to anyone because it's what we all, I think everybody here would say, we only want citizens and registered voters to vote. I think we would all say that, and if that's the case, then I can't see how it's offensive to put it into the bill.
And in fact, as we know, this is a trend. This is currently a trend, whether it's happening in Missouri or whether it's ever happened in Missouri before. This is a trend that's happening across our state, across our country. And we want to make sure that in the state of Missouri that we don't do that. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Smith.
Just a brief comment.
Proceed.
There's this idea, and you mentioned it, Representative. By the way, thank you for presenting this bill.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it, and I appreciate the conversation because it's good to talk about this and to be able to vet these ideas. So there's this idea here, and I've heard you talk about it, and even in the last bill, it was mentioned that, there's not a whole lot of accountability with initiative petitions. I mean, that's kind of the idea that, people can just slap them together. You don't know if they've been discussed, whereas the normal legislative process, bills and changes should move through that process because you have vetting, and you talked about, the House, and it goes to the Senate, and it comes back, and there's all these eyeballs on it, right? But here's the problem with that, and that's true in theory, and we all know that's true in theory. But in reality, especially in this building, that's not the case. For example, the major election bill that moved out of here last session, photo IDs, requiring people to get registered if you get other people to register, the way that happened was abhorrent in the sense that that bill came over from the Senate. The floor leader allowed a brief amount of discussion on it. And as you know, what we call PQ, they shut off debate of the minority party. And so the minority party in this building didn't really get to talk about that bill, hardly at all. I think we were allowed less than an hour, maybe 45 minutes. And that was the biggest, most significant bill to come through that building other than the budget. And it was an omnibus bill. It had multiple provisions that affected everyone. We all were affected. Our constituents were affected all over the state of Missouri. So the idea that, the right way to do it is just run it through the process, we know that's just not true. We don't have the vetting we should have. Not only that, bills often aren't, for the minority party, don't get referred to committee. So all those representatives who represent 37,000 people have difficulty getting their bills heard. And that's the reality. We know that's the truth. So this idea that, let's move it through the process hasn't been fair to a majority of people in the state, and a majority of the constituents haven't had their voices heard. In fact, last session, when that bill went through, we had nowhere else to be that day. They PQ'd the bill, meaning Democrats could only talk about it for a limited time, and they shut it down and walked out. We didn't have other events to attend. There weren't other bills coming on the floor, and it was over. In fact, and I remember I was standing at a microphone wanting to talk about the bill and wasn't allowed to. They shut it down. I couldn't even I'm on the elections committee. I couldn't even talk about that bill that day. And Republicans on the other side of the aisle didn't even know it was in the bill. And if you notice, for all the people that were here last year, it took a while for even the media to understand what was in the bill because of the way it was done. I remember normally, right away there'd be an article. It took several days for the information to come out about that bill. And I remember some of my good friends on Republicans on the other side of the aisle didn't even know what was in the bill. And I heard them talking on the radio about it or being quoted in the paper about it. We didn't know this was in it. We didn't know that was in it because of the way things were done in this building. So that's why we have things like the initiative petition process, Representative. That's why we do this, so the people can actually get something done. Now, if things were done perfectly and people were able to discuss and we could have debate, fine. There'd be more of an argument, and I think it'd be more reasonable to say, yeah, let's let things move through the building the way they should. But
we're having this debate here, and we're vetting this bill.
Debate here, but I guarantee you, when it gets to the floor, they're going to shut down debate. Hopefully not. We've got a new speaker. Maybe that's not the case. If we were allowed to discuss it on the floor, fine, but we're not, and that is a tragedy. It's a tragedy for the voters, and it's a tragedy for the citizens of the way this process works. And hopefully, things will change in the future. But if they were anything like they were last year, people didn't get a voice, so that's why we have this process.
I think there are times when things don't maybe get vetted exactly the way. I mean, seriously, I know what you're talking about.
Sure, absolutely.
But we also, it's if at one time one piece of that doesn't get the full vetting, it already came through committee, and they came through executive process committee, came through the Senate's committees, and their executive process got voted out of the Senate and eventually got voted out of the House. So it really did make it through. We don't need to argue that bill, okay? But the point I'm trying to make with this bill is 50% of the voters of the state of Missouri still have, it's the same threshold, and 50% of the House districts, which means that it's going to have representation, broad representation, because that's what we want for a change of the Constitution. I think most of us would say we want broad representation to change the Constitution, and if it's only coming from certain locations, that's not broad representation. And maybe you don't mean geographic representations, maybe you only mean just the population. But that was the same problem the founders had, because if it was just population, boom, Virginia win everything. Virginia would have had 30-some electors, and everybody else would have none, right? Or they would actually have all had one. And they didn't want that, so they said, okay, that'll be our House, but our Senate's going to be one for each. And that's the kind of the idea. I think it's a compromise. I think it's a balance to provide equal representation in the state of Missouri to provide. If you're going to change the Constitution, 50% is good, but 50% and 50% of all of the region of the state of Missouri, I think, is just a step better. It's just better representation. Maybe I'm wrong. You don't have to vote for it, but I think I think it's easy to defend. And I can go out and I wouldn't mind putting my same initiative to the same test. We can't do that, but I'd be glad to have that go to the same test. 50-50.
Yeah, and that sounds very logical. I just wish we had that same spirit on the House floor when it comes to shutting off debate.
Although you can see what happens here if we don't cut off our debate. Sometimes she's right there now thinking she needs to cut off debate. So
this can never be debated too much, but I appreciate your comment.
No, I agree with you.
Appreciate it.
I do appreciate this amicable back and forth. That's what it's all about. Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Yes. Well, hello, Representative Wyndham. One of the things we did earlier was introduce ourselves, what party we represent, and why we like elections. So we'll give you a couple seconds to say that.
Oh, sure. Well, I'll be brief. So my name is Kevin Wyndham. I have the honor of serving the 74th District in St. Louis County, which is mostly the Normandy Schools Collaborative, and I love elections because that's the bedrock of our democracy. So with that being said, thank you for being here. So what's the purpose of putting a resident of Missouri at the end of your HJR?
I think we've answered that. There are many people who...
No, you answered citizen. It says both citizens and residents of the state of Missouri.
Well, they do need to be citizens of Missouri, right, to vote in our election?
Well, it doesn't say citizen, it says resident of Missouri. So what's the definition of a resident of Missouri?
I think that, if you have to have your domicile in the state of Missouri. According to election law, she probably is actually better than I am. The chairwoman is probably better than I am at describing, but for you to be a registered voter, you should have to be a citizen of Missouri and a United States citizen. You should have to be registered to vote, and you have to fill out the form. I don't know that there's any difference in what I said in that language. I don't I don't see any problem with that or any difference.
Well, there is a definition of resident, but I'm not sure that it would apply to your HJR. So I think that that's something that you should look at and possibly tighten up if you don't know what makes a person a resident of the state of Missouri. How many of the initiative petitions or even the constitutional amendments proposed by the legislature would have passed under your proposal?
That's a good question. It is a good question. I would like to know the answer to that. It's not been readily reported by the Secretary of State. You could go back historically and come up with that from each House district. I mean, you'd have to compile it. I asked the Secretary of State's office to compile just from the last election, and they said, we can do that. We can do that, but we don't have it yet. So it was easily to report counties to you, but I said counties would not be a very good, I don't think it passed the sniff test to say a county of Worth County 2,000 and a county of St. Louis represents the same amount. You wouldn't either. And so I went with House districts to get the broadest representation of the state I could, which is equally distributed as far as population, 37,700 each. So that's why that is chosen.
So do you think that it's problematic that you are proposing something that you don't know if 0 of the constitutional amendments would have passed?
Oh, there are some of them who obviously had very broad term limits is a perfectly good example.
Probably the only one.
It definitely would have passed.
And
With marijuana, I would find it difficult to think that the latest marijuana proposal would have passed when 99 of the counties didn't.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but that's not the question I asked. I asked how many would have passed.
I don't.
You came up with maybe one.
Yeah,
So
I'm just saying I know that one would have. I'm sure.
So
I would guess that I wouldn't be surprised if 50% of them did. I would think the things that passed with over 60 probably, or 57 probably would have. If they got to the threshold of 57 or 60, I would think that they would have had to have been getting a large percentage of voters upstate, downstate, to get to 57%. I mean, just my guess, but.
I'm getting real bothered by this because elections and voting are really important, and we're doing a lot of thinking and feeling, and people usually associate those things with Democrats. So I'm looking for some data or some reasons or even definitions behind these things. So you also said that one day when Democrats are in power or back in power, then the Republicans will come back and they'll do the initiative petition process.
They might.
And not even might, they will, because they have done that in the past.
And we want it to still be available.
Hold on, I'm getting to the question. My question is, did Democrats try to change the initiative petition process when they were in power?
I think they did, actually, and that's the one that they were talking about when Ashcroft was the governor and vetoed it.
Okay.
So, absolutely, they did.
So they tried to, and you said he vetoed it?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how that worked because, we shouldn't be able to do it. That's what someone was telling, that was somebody on the committee that testified that earlier, so, on your committee, I mean.
Sure, on the committee, but
Yeah.
but the thing is that what was the change? There was no change while Democrats were in power. At what point has the initiative petition process been changed?
It hasn't, but obviously if your side wanted it then, and my side wants it now, there might be an issue, right? If both sides find it flawed, that they don't feel represented, this is a possibility to compromise where we can all feel represented.
The problem in that is compromise, and I haven't seen any of that in this building in the 5 years that I've been here. So the thing is, if we're talking about the initiative petition process hasn't changed in that large amount of time, and the only commonality in people wanting to change it are the people in power, then the problem might be the people in power. It wasn't a question there, but if you want to respond to it.
That's a good question. I mean, a good statement. I mean, both of us wanted to, if we are able to get this on, both groups were wanting to change it, if we get this on the ballot, it still has to be approved by the people of Missouri.
Do you think that it should only be approved if it's approved by 50%?
Oh, I'd love that, but I don't think we can put that in language because I think they said that would be, I think it would be.
I think you can try and take it to the courts.
Yeah,
Like
I
everything
mean,
else that goes
do
to
we
the ballot.
really want to take it to the courts?
It's going to go there regardless. But
It might.
in order to save time-
might do it after the fact.
In order to
Right.
save time, I hope that we can find out the answer to some of these questions before this goes any further in the process.
Well, I mean, if you have staff, they can go get the elections, look through it. I have one staff who's very, very busy.
I'm not proposing the changes here, though. So I think that it's incumbent upon the people that are proposing these changes to bring forward answers to these things. Because I think these are, like you said, good questions, and in my mind, common sense questions.
Well,
that one goes through before they propose a bill that could potentially change things for. I don't know, we're changing the way we do constitutional amendments, so you could change things forever if we don't.
But we'll probably
get
get some
anything to
data
change
for
it.
you just like that. Before you exec on this, I'm sure that we can come up with some of the data. There's a lot of initiative petitions. And it was 1945 when this Constitution of the state of Missouri went into effect, the one that we're working with, and when this initiative petition process, I believe, was in the Constitution of 1945 when we had a Constitutional Convention. So really, we ought to be looking at things from 1945, and anything before that is obsolete because it wasn't under the current constitutional framework and didn't have the same initiative petition process. So it really should be from 1945 forward. But I think we should be able to, we can get some data like that, and that's part of the vetting process of the committee. So it's a good question to ask, and I don't have all of those answers, but I don't have any problem putting my own initiative petition to that same test.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We're winding down here so that we can give Representative Davidson his due time as well. We're back to, as you know, 5 minutes, and we need to definitely be done within the next 45 minutes, so that if you can do the math there, we've got to go. So, Mr. Representative Schwandren,
To inquire.
proceed.
Thank you. I just want to clear up the record. Also, the gentleman from St. Louis County, the ranking minority member, he posed the question about an issue if it got 100,000 yes votes and 90,000 no votes. But of course, it didn't get at least 50% of the House districts, then it fails, correct? Obviously, that would happen under this resolution. However, the inverse could also happen where under this proposal, it could pass in 120 House districts. But if the inverse, just using those numbers, if it's 90,000 yes and 100,000 no, then the measure would still fail.
That's true. It protects other regions too. If we wanted to propose an initiative petition, you're right.
And then I also wanted to point out, because there's a lot of discussion about the only citizens being able to vote, I just want to point out the state of Vermont, in their constitution, it says every person who is a citizen of the United States is entitled to vote, whereas, as was pointed out from the gentleman from Jackson, ours actually only says all citizens, and that is not exclusionary language, essentially, whereas only would be exclusionary of people that are not citizens, whereas all citizens still allows non-citizens potentially, because as I said in the Vermont Constitution, how it says every person, there are still municipalities that allow non-citizens to vote. So I just wanted to point those things out. And then also, I realized the frustration from the gentleman from St. Louis County Windham District on not having the data. Unfortunately, I know we have not really had this proposal long to determine and take a look at past voting records or voting results to determine whether or not they would have passed. But like you, I have a suspicion that many of these that passed with a huge margin would still pass under this proposal. And so hopefully there is someone watching or listening that has that documentation that is willing to do it. I know there's a great gentleman on Twitter, the Missouri Mapper, to give him a shout out. He loves to do things like this, and I know in the interest of time, I'll just go ahead and stop here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Schwandren. Representative Bannerman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a point of clarification from the bill sponsor. There's been some discussion from my colleague, the ranking minority member, Representative Adams, about whether or not your bill number 30 treats all amendments the same in the process. If you look at paragraph line number 2, the language there in line 2 says all amendments proposed by the General Assembly or the initiative shall be submitted. If you turn over to line number 13, when it talks about how this new process of 50% of the voters and 50% of the districts, if you'll notice in line 13, it says that this will be applied in favor of any amendment. So your question of whether or not amendments that come out of the legislative process or through IP, if I read it correctly, Representative Lewis, yours would treat them both the same. Any amendment would have to carry the threshold of a 50% in a general election and also 50% of the representative districts. Is that correct?
I'm not a legal scholar. I don't have a problem with it applying to my amendment, to ones proposed by us. By the General Assembly. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, I think someone said. Now, there may be other people, even in my own party, who would differ. And I know Representative Coleman, and I agree with him that we do have, and, Representative Smith, and, we already had this big discussion about, are things being properly vetted? But I do think it does make a difference that they are actually getting, already getting 50%, if otherwise you couldn't have passed it out of the House and the Senate, because that's 50% to get it passed out. And so it wouldn't necessarily need it from the side, and I could see someone saying, well, let's make sure that we spell that language out so that we only get, it applying to initiative petitions put forth by the citizenry. And I'd be good with that. I'm not going to say one way or the other. So you'll have to make sure that legal guys look over this and say, well, I think it says it this way, and we have to be just a little bit more careful. So
thank you, Representative
right with me.
Lewis. I just reading through it as a layman over the weekend and making summaries. It looked to me like that you address both the IP amendments and ones that would come legislatively under the same umbrella. That's why I was going to ask you for clarification if you knew. Thank you.
And I would agree that it may appear that way on the surface, and maybe that is. We probably need to tighten it down and make sure we spell it out explicitly one way or the other. And that, of course, is part of the committee's work, and you guys have that authority too. And I'm sure we'll be talking more about it. So it is different than the other HJRs that you've had with the 66% or 60%. I presented one of those to you. I'm not going to run that bill, and I will fold that into Representative Henderson's bill if that goes forward. So, thank you, Representative Banderman.
All right. Further questions of the committee to the bill handler? Seeing none. Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
So now we will take testimony from proponents who are for Representative Lewis's bill. How many do we have? Raise of hands. Okay. What am I seeing? 4? 5? 4. Okay. I was going to say, you can. Please come forward. Yeah. I'm not going to call your name out, but go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, it's much brighter green now. Still green. Real quickly, regarding, we do think it needs to be more difficult to change our Missouri Constitution. We've thought of that for years, and we're very glad that the General Assembly's getting busy about that. We don't think it should be tougher to get on the ballot, but we're more interested in getting the fix to the ratification of the amendments, proposed amendments. The concurrent majority approach is the best depiction of all of Missouri. So we really like that because it not only gives the popular vote, but of course a picture of all of Missouri. I live in Warren County. They let me live in Warren County. I grew up in St. Louis County. So there's a difference. And so we would like to see all of Missouri represented when there's a change in our Constitution. Raising the percentage of the vote doesn't accomplish that depiction that we need. In fact, when you get to the 66, 65, 67%, it really allows the population centers then to weigh in on the other side. So that's why we support the majority, concurrent majorities. And we do believe that citizens who are registered to vote are the ones that should be able to vote. And I also am turning in testimony for Kerry Wells. He was here, but he had to head back home. He lives in the great Southwest, and I think it's already snowing there. So I'm going to turn that in here for him.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being concise and brief. So question, you might have questions. Questions from the committee to this witness? Oh, maybe not. They saw you turning. All right, very good. The next witness in opposition to Representative Lewis's bills. Yes, sir. Well, there's someone coming first. It's a lady. You may come. You're next, Mr. Deinhoff.
So again, excuse me, I'm Holly Honig from Empower Missouri. I echo the sentiments that I've already shared with you before on HJR 43. I just want to also say we share in Representative Lewis's, in the spirit of concern about representation, but we believe that this version of regional representation actually significantly increases that threshold again, which I spoke about earlier. So just some like back of the napkin math, so I don't have the exact numbers of who voted and what, but if there's 37,000 people in each of the districts, if you have that, if you multiply that by half the districts plus one, and then divide that by another half, that's still about 1.5 million votes that would be needed for approval. And so if you look at, again, compared to the voting outcomes from the last election, the combined votes, yeses and nos, on all of those were about 2 million. So if you think about 1.5 million that need to come from a specific districts, like specifically half of those districts, that threshold necessarily increases a lot. Again, I don't know specifically how, but it's just like intuitively going to be incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to get that kind of a voter turnout, much less that number of approval votes. So I just wanted to go on record as saying that. Just think it's another exclusionary, and unnecessary addition to the process that we have that's not broken.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Schwandren.
To inquire. So you're saying that the requirement to get at least the majority of the House districts would require of the votes of the voter registration, not votes cast. I'm reading this as votes cast. So I'm not sure if your interpretation is correct on that.
Yeah, so if even with votes cast, so the number of people who cast like all yeses and all nos is like about 2 million for each of the ballot measures. So depending on what you're looking at, it's like give or take a little bit. So we're talking about 1.5 million from only a specific number of districts, right? So that's not statewide. That's not 1.5 million statewide. That's 1.5 million from half of the districts. Is that right?
I think I disagree with that math, and we could talk more about it afterwards, because I want to try to understand where you're coming up with that one, because the way I see it is it's a majority of the votes cast, and then it could be, to use simple numbers, if, say, every district had 100 votes cast, and 82 of them voted 51-49, and then pretty much the rest of them also voted in the affirmative by 2 votes. Yes, it reached that 50% threshold statewide, and then it also reached that 50% threshold in the majority of the districts. Well, yeah, I mean, I'd have to probably work those numbers again. This is just thinking off the top of my head, and I know I did that wrong. But
sure.
I'd be happy to show you my thought process on that as well afterwards. So.
Yeah, great.
All righty, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. We appreciate you taking that offline if it's necessary. Are there further questions from the committee for this witness? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Deinhoff, I misspoke. I need a proponent. Okay, you realize that? Okay, yeah. So you're for this bill?
Correct.
Okay, good.
And I'm not going to take much time. I just wanted to clarify that I am testifying in favor of all of these bills today. I have to leave, but and I won't be able to stay for the other bills. But Missouri Right to Life is in support of all these bills.
For the record, could you state your name again?
Patty Skane.
And you're with?
Patricia Skane is what is
Okay.
on the form.
You're with MRP?
Missouri Right to Life.
MRL. Sorry. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, and be safe as you drive. So we didn't ask you any questions. Did anybody, before she exits? No, never mind. She's gone. Mr. Steinhoff, are you ready?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, for your indulgence and your compassion in hearing everybody out. Sorry, I misinterpreted what you said on the offset, but I appreciate it. It's a big change.
Eat your mic, dude.
Oh, can you hear me now? So it's a great pleasure to see that the committee's taking a different direction than in previous terms. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dienoff, Republican citizen from St. Charles County, state public advocate. And I just want to be really brief here because I know we've been here a long time and we're kind of going over the same issues. But if the initiative petition IP passes in in the representative's proposition of HJR 30, nothing will ever get passed. There is, in my opinion, an unconstitutional question at the helm here. And I am confident that if this bill does clear the hurdles of the legislature, that it will not clear the hurdles of a legal challenge in a county circuit court and the appellate court. The control, power, and will of the people will be stripped away and abolished by this bill. It will lead and erode to further voter apathy and the lack of voter participation. We already have lack of voter participation as it is. Look at the outcome and the percentages at the April election. You're lucky if you get 12 to 15%, if 8% to show up to a April municipal election. This initiative petition process is a millionaire's game. It takes a lot of money to even get it off the ground. And it's out of the grasp of the common citizen voter. It's just out of the grasp of a voter. Simple majority rules. The percentage of elections is lackluster, and you cannot force people to the ballot box. You know, what's the old saying is you can provide water, but you can't lead them to the trough. So stop adding extra hoops and steps to the initiative process. It works for Missouri. Some people are bringing in other states or other municipalities throughout the country. It doesn't matter what happens in other states and other municipalities across the nation. We are the show me state. We should be setting the example and the priority of what initiative positions look like, initiative petitions look like, and how they operate. It's been serving us great since the last Constitution, I think Mr. Lewis said, the last Constitution that was passed. It's working fine for the 6 million voters of Missouri. And I ask that you not open up this Pandora's box. I'll be open to any questions, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity once again.
So, Mr. Deinhoff, this testimony you just now gave was more general, and that would apply to all of the bills we are hearing today, including the one to come?
Actually, just to this one in particular, I haven't heard the other presentations. I've read the synopsis, and I've read the actual bills online, but I'd like to hear from the bill sponsors.
And he's behind you, and he'll be coming as soon as we finish this one.
Right.
So, thank you. Are there questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses here to testify for? Yes, come forward. Did you fill out the witness form? I did. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
My name is Grant Sunberg. I am a citizen in Boone County. I just wanted to come before the committee today to talk about that I am for HJR 30. I see it as a really good compromise, especially in Boone County. Just knowing over the last few elections that there's been things in regards to ballot initiatives that maybe don't share my views or share other people's views. And so I see this as an opportunity for people to get equal representation at the House district level, but also at the state level, considering that it does require majority plus one, 50 plus one, and then also at the House district level too. I don't really have much more to add, but I just see it as a really good compromise.
We thank you for that. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Do we have further opponents of these two bills? Any other proponents? And this is the first time I've asked this, so I realize I've been doing it wrong the whole day. Anyone here for informational purposes only? Good, no one jumped up. We now conclude the public hearing. Whoops. Which one are you? Okay. Didn't I say that? Did I say that?
You did, but
okay, all
I
right.
thought somebody else was getting up, and so I was waiting to go last.
Well, you're last. Thank you.
Okay, I'm often last. For the record, my name is Ron Calzone, and I am here to testify in support of HJR 30, and I'll be very brief. I want to make this very critical point. Virtually every law that's passed in this great republic that we call the United States and this smaller republic we call Missouri is passed by concurrent majority. Virtually everything that we do. The only thing that we don't pass by concurrent majority, virtually, are amendments to the Missouri Constitution. If we look at the U.S. Constitution, it's a concurrent majority. You have to have states weigh in. We don't have a national popular vote. If you look at the way we elect the president, it's by concurrent majority. We have an electoral college. If you look at the way Congress passes bills, you look at the way this body passes bills, it's by concurrent majority because each of you represents a specific geographic area. Everything is done by concurrent majority. Simple majority voting is the exception in America. It's not the rule. It's the exception. And so one of the exceptions is the way most states, frankly, if you look at the document I handed out earlier, amend their constitution. This is bringing this into line with everything else, every other way we pass laws. I want to, Representative, you already cleared up I think the misconception that HJR 30 only deals with IP-related or proposed amendments. I think it's pretty clear whether the legislature proposes it or it's proposed by IP, it's covered by this process in HJR 30. But what's not covered and needs to be considered, and I would suggest you amend the bill, is an amendment or an entirely new constitution that's proposed by a constitutional convention. So if HJR, Representative Henderson's, I've forgotten the number already, or any of the other measures pass, or if HJR 30 passes as it is right now, it would take something more than a simple majority to amend the Constitution with its legislatively proposed or proposed by IP, but you could replace the entire Constitution with a simple majority. So I think that you're going to move this HJR 30 forward, but I would suggest that before you do, that you amend it so that it includes all three of the ways you can propose amendments to the Constitution. And in order to do that, you have to move this from Article 3 to Article 12 of the Constitution. And if anyone has questions or wants to talk offline, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you for your brief testimony. Are there questions for the witness? Yes, Representative Wyndham.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to inquire. I'll be brief, I promise. Okay, thank you. Good evening, almost afternoon. Good afternoon to you. So I was trying to wrap my head around this a little bit, but it'll probably take me a little bit more time.
I'd be glad to visit with you anytime.
Sure. Have you considered how this proposal may affect African American having their voice heard in the process. So typically, African Americans live in more urban areas. And if I had like a heat map of what House districts they lived in, then I'm pretty sure it'd be like off on the coasts of the state. I use finger quotes, right? So how would that affect?
That's a very interesting question. And Representative, you weren't here earlier when, in an inappropriate way, I passed out a couple of documents. And I would hold this up and show you, but I think I might get gavelled down. So I'm getting nods no up there. So I have a document I'm pointing to. Can I point to the document on my desk that I will give you in just a moment that defines the concept of concurrent majority? And one of the things that's most interesting, this is from Wikipedia, one of the most interesting things is it points out that this, from the inception of our republic, was a system that was designed to protect minority interests. The idea of concurrent majority is designed to protect minority interests. And sometimes who is the minority changes. So this is the American way to do it.
When we're talking about a specific minority, though, I'm not talking about just a general term, what's a minority. I'm talking about a specific minority that's never going to be the majority in this state.
So you might be talking about Italian Americans that live in outstate Missouri?
No. I asked a specific question about black folk in Missouri.
Oh. I think
the second highest demographic in the state.
No.
So,
would you like to carry this on?
Visit with me later?
It sounds like a personal thing.
Yep.
No. Madam Chair, I'm sorry to cut you off. It's not a personal thing. Now, I'm more than willing to visit with him offline if he needs to think more about it, but it's not personal at all. If it affects black folk, it affects the whole state. So I'll end it there.
On the time.
Sure.
I guess I didn't mean it as personal because you're black. I did not mean that.
It's personal because I'm Italian. I think that's okay.
All right, I'll close. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Can you state your name again? I'm sorry.
It's Ron Calzone.
Mr. Calzone?
Some people say Catzone, but...
You brought up a question about potentially including the idea of a convention being also concurrent majority. Forgive my ignorance, but if the extraordinary circumstance calls for it federally, how would the changes be made? Would they be a simple majority or a concurrent majority?
Okay, to be clear, I'm talking about a convention to consider amendments to the Missouri Constitution. So every 20 years...
That's correct. I'm talking about federally. Do you know if the convention was called federally, would the changes be made by concurrent majority or...
The ratification process would still be by concurrent majority,
Okay,
yes.
that's my question.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. The mic says, leave me alone, go home. All right, so that concludes the hearing on the two bills, HJR 30 and 18. We will now hear a very patient Representative Davidson. He will discuss both his 24 and 25. We will have questions. They will be brief. If there are some that need to be done offline, I'm sure he would welcome you to his office, which is what number?
201CA.
Yep, just right around the corner. Thank you, sir, for being patient.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we already know, there are two ways for the people of Missouri to change their constitution. They can either change it through their duly elected legislature, or they can change it by their initiative petition process. We're discussing...
Excuse me, Rep. Usually you're really loud. For some reason, it's not that loud for the video, so you need to get closer to your mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Should I really be that close? Okay. I'm going to restart my timer here because I was intent on doing this within 90 seconds. But
We're not restarting ours.
Okay, fair. Anyways, there's two ways for Missourians to change their constitution, either by their duly elected legislature or through their initiative petition process. We're discussing the disparity that exists in between those places. Right now, the question at hand is there enough consensus to really show the enthusiasm of Missourians across our state when it comes to changing their most fundamental document, the Missouri Constitution? I won't discuss any more why we need it because I think that's been exhausted. What this piece of legislation in front of you does, or what it poses, the question it poses, is whether or not we should require a majority of registered voters in order to pass constitutional amendments initiated by initiative petition. Additionally, it lowers the signature threshold for constitutional amendments out of 6 congressional districts from 8% to 7%. And then additionally, it also clarifies the citizenship piece and the residency piece in order to vote in these matters and on these elections. I'm now open for any questions.
Very good. I don't know which one of these is working. I had a question, but it went out of my mind, so I will recognize Representative Burns first. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To inquire. So in looking at your version here, it seems to have a lot of language about cleaning up the language that we've seen in the past, where it went to the voters as a small paragraph perhaps and then became 37 pages. Was that, can you tell me like the thoughts behind reducing the number of, I mean, a lot of your numbers were reduced, but you spoke more about reducing the language as well. So can you talk about the importance of specifying the language?
Could I ask what line or section you're referring to? Because I don't remember addressing the number of words or the language.
Well,
we did put, an official summary statement that is to be included on the ballot.
You have line 12, line 11 and 12 on page 2, talking about petitions for laws shall contain not more than one subject. It went on to say that there was a clear title.
Yeah, and so that, I mean,
There
and
was
that,
a lot about language.
yeah, and that's currently within the Constitution, and so that just is included here to give some context to the changes we're making. But I think our kind of requirements to have clear language on the ballot make sense and should continue to stay in there. The bolded sections in section 50 and 52B are where we're primarily looking, and then of course the ballot language at the very bottom is something we're working on with both these HJRs. Thank you.
Further questions of the witness? Representative Smith?
And I guess you're going to discuss the 25 after this?
So if we could discuss both of them.
That's not, I'm not advocating, I mean, that's the church, I was just.
Yeah, I wasn't.
That was my intent.
Yeah, they're simultaneous. Would you like me to do a little addendum on the fact that there are no
I was just
differences
about
between
the
24 and
differences
25?
The differences between the two is.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the differences between 24 and 25 has to do with the article and section in which they're placed. It's not the language or the effect of the legislation on the Constitution. It's more of a procedural matter, and that's something I was hoping to resolve in this committee and through this committee process, and whether or not this should be housed within Article 3 or Article 12 of our Missouri Constitution. But I genuinely mean it. Pragmatically, there are no differences for the sake of our discussions.
Sure, yeah, and I looked at it and it looked the same, except for where it was placed. And so that's what I was,
Yeah.
And we had this discussion last year on the floor about the, building to consensus. We talked about this, and I was on one side and you were on the other, and it was kind of,
Figuratively and literally, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know, we're not that far apart on some things.
No.
But, and this is something, we've talked about this. So the registered voters in Missouri there's about, 4 million or so?
I think it's 4.2, yeah.
So 4.2. And, when I've talked about your bill in other places about the initiative petition amendments and whatnot, And when you talk about the majority of registered voters, at first I don't think people really get it because they're thinking just the majority of votes and that's fine. But you're talking about the majority of registered voters, which means that to pass, you're going to have over 2 million.
Yeah, around 2.1.
2.1 million. And I think we talked about this before, and I don't know the exact numbers, but I think the last presidential primary, there was less than 2 million votes cast, 1.5 million, roughly. I don't know the exact number.
Last presidential primary?
Right.
Yeah, I believe so. I don't know the numbers, but I would think that was the case.
Okay, so, and this is my concern. So if something was placed on that ballot, everybody could vote for it. 1.5 million people, all the voters going, which would be impossible, no, that wouldn't happen. But even if it did, it still wouldn't pass. And so you could have 1.5 million for, 0 against, and it's not passing because you haven't got up to 2 million votes.
Yeah, so we're requiring, right, that we as a Missouri people, before allowing things into our Constitution, we want to ensure that there's not only consensus but enthusiasm to change that Constitution. And so we're requiring a threshold that, 4 amendments in the past 30 years have met, which is limited in some senses, I'll concede, but is important because we have now dealt with an IP process that's become, unfortunately, partisan, incredibly divisive. And I think what this seeks to do is ensure that when you have a constitution, it's a constitution of the whole people and not of just part of those people.
And I understand, your argument that you want to make it, it shouldn't be easy. And I don't think it is easy now. But don't you think, though, that is enough enthusiasm? I mean, if you had everyone vote for it, and that's still not enough, and that's not enough consensus? Can you imagine that scenario, and it would still not be enough?
I mean, I can only imagine that scenario because realistically, I don't think it would ever occur. When I look at the situation, I think about Medicaid reform a couple years ago, which passed with 15.2% of the Missouri voting populace. And I think that is not actually representative of the people.
Well, how about come down a little bit, then say a majority of, I feel like you're saying, well, we want consensus, so you set this bar so high. I mean, it's impossible. Nothing's going to pass. I mean, you and I both know there's nothing that's going to pass if you have to get that many votes.
Nothing partisan will pass. Yeah.
Well,
I
would argue hardly anything would ever pass at that rate.
There are examples of things having passed, and I think the things that would pass under those stipulations would only be those things that transcend partisan politics.
And it would be very, very difficult to pass. I mean, especially with these numbers. And that's one concern is I think when we talk about this, especially if it's on a ballot or whatnot, I mean, people aren't going to understand when you say registered voters. Because when I talk about it, people think, oh, that's just the majority of voters, but it's not. It's registered voters. And, would you ever consider coming down on that, the majority of registered voters?
I think the majority of registered voters, again, communicates the consensus and enthusiasm that we should require.
And your position is that's not enough then? So if we got the 1.5 million for, 0 against, that's not enough enthusiasm?
Like I said, it's only an imaginary situation because I could not imagine a single situation in which 1.5 million voters would unanimously vote for something.
So if that's the case, then if it's less, then it definitely wouldn't pass. So say it was 80%. So if 100% wouldn't do it, then 80%, then that wouldn't do it. In other words, nothing would do it in that scenario.
Yeah, I want to see an issue, if it's going to go into our Constitution, I want to see it turn out voters. Absolutely. I'm willing to say that.
And that wouldn't be enough then, enough enthusiasm, enough consent.
No, I mean, unless we saw, a bunch of populated places leaving Missouri and our population went down. Other than that, no, that wouldn't be enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, to inquire. Well, here we are again.
So we are.
When this concept was presented, what was that, a year ago?
2 years ago first.
2 years ago. It's deja vu all over again. Again, I believe I stated that I find it impractical that you would ever get that kind of percentage of vote out on any election where you would have something like that win. That you would never get a majority of the registered voters actually voting. And you would always fail. So in other words, you would never be able to pass anything, either by the legislature, because I would be pushing to make sure it was by both the legislature and by initiative. So my question to you, or statement to you, is why don't you propose a simple amendment outlawing all initiative petitions? Because that is what your initiative petition is all about. Either do that, or I have another suggestion, that you issue an initiative petition that is different, that you copy the concept from Australia, requiring under penalty of fine people registered to vote in Missouri. Do it that way, then come back with this initiative petition that you got to have 50% plus one of registered voters voting. How's that?
I disagree with both those things.
You disagree with both?
Yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you very much for disagreeing. I disagree with yours because your proposal is basically to end any initiative petition. Thank you, though.
I think the fact that it has been proven by the numbers to have passed 4 times in the last 30 years shows that it is not going to end the initiative petition process.
More questions from the committee. Representative Woods.
Thank you. To inquire. And I'll keep this brief just because I know we're running up on time. So a big focus of this has been the votes cast versus registered voters, the conversation we're having here, and you're mentioning 4 times in the last 30 years things would have passed.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have what those particular...
I do.
Do you? Would you mind sharing, please?
Yeah, it's 2 amendments pertaining to term limits. It's 1 amendment pertaining to criminal victims having the right to be present in criminal proceedings, and it's 1 pertaining to English language becoming an official language of Missouri.
Okay, thank you.
Those are off the top of my head. It's also somewhere here in these papers.
Okay, that's good enough. Thank you for coming prepared. So some numbers that we were, that I was sent during the course of this discussion, and Representative Smith, you guys had the gentleman, you two had an exchange about extreme examples. In 2010, there was a sales tax proposal by the realtors that passed with 83.7% of the vote on real estate sales tax. 83.7% of votes cast in that election, the people said, yes, we want this, and it passed. But if you look at the numbers, that year in 2010, it received 1.59 million votes, but with 4.14 million registered voters, it would have required around 2 million or more votes to pass. So such an extreme measure that was mentioned of 100% for, 0 against, very closely occurred. 83% of people passed this initiative petition, change of the Constitution, and under your proposed language, it would not have passed. How does that, how does that build any faith in the system if a citizen says, me and 83% of the people in the state that voted for this, and yet it has not passed?
Considering the fact that there are 32 states that don't even have an initiative petition process for constitutional amendment, I don't think it compromises faith in the system, or else you'd have a majority of this country.
Well, we're not talking about 32 other states.
No,
we're
I
talking
think
about Missouri, which is used to having a
relevant,
robust IP process and ability to change.
Sure,
the
and
Constitution.
I'm going to get there in just a moment, but it is definitely pertinent. We talk about other states all the time, quite often, and I see no reason that we can't talk about the 32 other states. And I'm not proposing we become the 33rd. That's not what this legislation does. It only says that if we're going to amend our most sacred document here in our Missouri political system, that we're also going to expect not just consensus but enthusiasm of Missouri voters. I look at 2010, I look at that vote, and I have it right here in front of me, and I don't see that consensus and enthusiasm.
You don't see 83.7% of voters approving that as being any kind of consensus or enthusiasm.
I don't see 1.5 million of what was the number, 4.1 million as enthusiasm, no.
Do we elect governors by enthusiasm?
No, I don't expect a governor to not be partisan though either.
Are there any other elections in other states that have this threshold? Any other requirements that require percentage of registered voters versus
That's a good question.
voters?
No, I don't believe they have this threshold. I have them over here. I don't think they have this threshold. Obviously, there are 32 states that don't have the process to begin with at all. 99% sure they don't have this threshold.
So we should be the only state then to tell people, I'm sorry, not enough of your friends showed up, even though 83% of you agreed.
We should be one of 18 states that says, hey, if you really, really care about something and you want to get an initiative petition process together, there is a pathway for you to amend your Constitution more directly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that thoughtful debate. So looks like I don't know who was first. I'm kind of gaffing off here. Representative Wyndham.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I got a few things that I kind of want to bounce off you, but I will stick to one thing. So it's three things. First of all, is your purpose here to make it any easier to do an initiative petition?
My purpose here is to require consensus and enthusiasm to change our Missouri Constitution by initiative petition.
So, no, is what I hear.
It depends on the issue. It would make some issues, they would be relatively easy, I would imagine.
Okay. I asked that because I worry as an opponent to this measure that it's just slick enough to pass and to get some folks that feel the same way that I do to vote for this. And because it's a lot of what's sometimes called ballot candy on here. The first thing is, and this has been talked about ad nauseum, limit voting on initiative petitions to United States citizens. Someone say, oh man, I thought that was already a thing, I'm going to vote for that. Reduce the number of signatures needed to place a proposed constitutional amendment on the ballot. Somebody, even on my side of the issue, would say, oh, I think that's a good thing. Maybe we should make it a little bit lower. And then the final thing is require a majority of Missouri registered voters to amend the Constitution. Again, someone just quickly glancing over that will say, I thought that was already a thing. You need a majority plus one in order to win any election, right? But that's not quite what they're reading. And I'm worried that this is just slick enough to pass. And I'm worried that that was the intent. Was that the intent?
No, are you suggesting that the voters would be tricked?
Yes.
So are they tricked on other initiative petition processes as well?
Well, I think that to somewhat quote someone that I think stands on your side of the issue, voters were tricked on Clean Missouri. And you know what? I feel that way too on some parts of it. So, yeah, I think the voters can be tricked.
Well, that's a really interesting conversation. I think the voters can read this ballot language for themselves, and they can judge for themselves whether or not they want to pass it.
You're really good, and I think that you're going to go where you want to go one day. So you didn't answer my question, though. Not only that, but you asked me a question. My question was your intent to make a bunch of ballot candy on here so that even someone that's not in favor of this will vote yes on it?
My intent with each of these points, on the signature threshold, honestly, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference to me on that signature threshold if it's 6%, 7%, 8%. I know I disagree with some of my colleagues on that. I think there's a lot of people who think it should be 10%. I think as far as asking the question or putting it on the ballot, it doesn't make as big of a deal to me. If you'd like to take that out, we can have that conversation. The United States citizens piece, I think that's clarifying language. I'm just as disappointed that it has to be clarified. I think we're now in a political environment where people are expecting that sort of clarifying conversation, whereas 10 years ago you would have never needed that in the first place. And then as far as the majority of registered voters, again, the intent is to see consensus and enthusiasm from Missouri people before we change their constitution.
All right, so does that end that questioning, Representative Wyndham, for now? Well, we have reached the witching hour. Cinderella is headed in. So we can have one more question, Representative Smith.
I'll be brief, thank you. So one concern I have, Representative, is that, normally, so the governor, the IP, once it gets required signatures, would go on the next general election, but the governor could hold it earlier. So my concern is the governor says, I don't want this to pass, and he puts it where there's going to be low turnout. I mean, do you have any thoughts about that? I mean, he can torpedo.
Yeah, it's a really smart observation. And I've looked at how you might be able to amend it. I don't think you can possibly amend it just with the constraints of a single topic and where that exists within a particular article or section. And I'd be happy to have that conversation. Do I think that issue alone is enough to hold up the entire initiative petition reform process? No, I don't. But if we had a separate conversation about a separate HJR, I'd be incredibly interested in that. I mean, I understand what you're saying completely, though. It's sort of a concern, but not a concern that can be addressed in any sort of sensible fashion within these articles and sections.
Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have further questions? Seeing none, now we'll take testimony from the proponents and opponents. How many of those do we have? Just two, and you're both, you're pro and you're against, and you traveled here, so let's go you first. Because we have had part of your testimony already, so if you could take 5 minutes to address the part that is different than what you spoke of on the last bill.
Yeah, and I'll be real short. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. Again, Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, State Public Advocate, Republican from St. Charles County. And I hate to disagree with a member of my own party, but this is just going down the wrong path. This legislation is very unrealistic, and nothing will ever pass. It's clear we can't even get the people to come out to the polls to make a vote in key elections. So it's not going to pass without the voter turnout. This will also be a waste of taxpayer money in terms of the Secretary of State printing the ballots, putting together the management of an election, along with our 114 election authorities. And also the private money to put on the initiative to even get it to that position, to get it on the ballot. It's going to be a waste of private money. The citizens will be done, and the citizens will not be recognized any longer, and they'll cease to exist. And that's my opinion. Now, I do agree with Representative Davidson on reducing the amount of the amount of voters on the petition from 8 to 7%. I vouch for 4%. I think that's more realistic and more of a trend to allow citizens to participate in an initiative petition process rather than the millionaires. But I disagree with Representative Davidson on all congressional districts. Again, I propose 4 congressional districts out of the 8. And just the line about receiving the approval of the number of votes greater than or equal to a majority of registered voters in order to pass. Use your common sense. It's totally unrealistic. Those are my comments, Madam Chairwoman. Thanks for indulging me, and I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being brief. Questions from the committee? Representative Vanderman?
Yes, you said that the process under this proposal would never take place, but Representative Davidson listed 4 in the last 30 years that it has taken place. One further thing that I'd just like to say, I echo his sentiment that the things that we amend our Constitution should be nonpartisan. I believe we see that demonstrated at the federal level with the consent process. And I believe it's very important to protect the state constitution from partisan matters. To make things short, we need to be careful with the way that we frame things. So I just want to remind us all, it may not happen as often as we would like it, but saying it would never happen, I think, is inaccurate. It's happened 4 times in the last 30 years, and I believe the 4 things that passed were in a nonpartisan fashion. I believe that's why they garnered the threshold, even though it wasn't in place that Representative Davidson is presenting.
But his 4 representative examples, or the actual ones who are on the ballot, those are no-brainers. Those are what all Missourians want. All Missourians want citizens and residents to be able to vote. Those were no-brainer propositions.
And I think you just demonstrated the point that Representative Davidson was trying to make with his threshold. The things that rise to the occasion of amending our Constitution should be no-brainers, in your language, sir.
There's lots of good examples and good ideas that happen in counties all across Missouri. And if one citizen has a great idea that'll save millions of dollars of taxpayer money or save millions of lives of our 6 million people in terms of suicide prevention, and they want to put a proposition to enhance our state and move it forward, they should have that ability. Unless you have millions of dollars and unless you have a strong backbone statewide, that one citizen that's got that great idea is not going to be able to push it forward.
Thank you very much. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So that was, we have, yes, come forward, sir. Yes, thank you.
James Harris, representing the Opportunity Solution Project. I just want to go on the record in support, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
That was short and sweet. Thank you very much.
After
Questions to this witness? Being none, thank you very much. Have we completed those who want to speak on these 2 bills of Representative Davidson's? For informational purposes only, we would also entertain you could come forward for that. I'm losing the committee, as you see. The crowd is thinning, the committee's gone, so I think that means, and I found out I don't have to have the sponsor come up and do a synopsis. We used to do that, didn't we? That's what I thought. All right. I'll offer it. Representative Davidson, are you finished with your? Because I found out I don't have to offer you to come forward and be the cleanup guy. Okay. That's right. Yeah. All right. This concludes the hearing on HJR 24 and 25, and it also concludes the hearing for the entire day. Now, we will have an additional meeting this week, and we will be execing. The meeting will be in HR 5 rather than this room, and it will be at 10:30 on Thursday or upon adjournment. And that is if we are actually here because of any snow changes. Any changes because of the weather. But I do believe that the intent is for us to be here, and we won't be in session very long, so the 10:30 should mark it well. And you will get notification of what bill or bills we will be execing on. And for the freshmen, execing means we will vote yes or no for them to move on. Any questions? Nope. I get to use the gavel finally? Adjourned. Thank you very much. Yep.
24 hours from when we know what bill is.
And you'll know in the morning.
You'll know it.